Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Conch Cup, where the Seashells meets League of Legends. My name is Zufu, and I'll be one of your commentators today. And along with me, I have. What direction is he? Julius.
Yes, 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 guys. I am back commentating tonight with you all. Happy to be back for the second round of the tournament to watch the Kaiser's Kennel take on Climatic Gaming in the second round. Very excited to be here again. Last week we saw some very exciting matches. I'm looking forward to the action again tonight.
Yeah, myself as well. I am really excited for this first match. But before we get into all of the storylines that we might be wanting to follow, firstly we have to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, which are firstly Infernal. Enter the Inferno, the biggest fighting game event in the Bahamas, returns to Fusion Superplex for a weekend of high stakes, competitive, unforgettable moments, non-stop hype on July 17th and 18th. Join us for a landmark competition with a $5,000 prize pool from main stage battles on the big screen to side events, open play, and community action. Sign up now and survive the Inferno.
Oh, sounds very good indeed. And of course, the one who made this possible, the Revel Esports Hub. Looking for your next tournament, your next team, your next challenge? Level up your competitive experience with Revel Esports Hub, the home for tournaments, community competition, and non-stop esports action. Whether you're grinding ranked, entering brackets, or building your name in the scene, Revel gives players a place to compete and connect. Discover tournaments, compete against rising challengers, join a growing esports community. No matter your game, your next match starts with the Revel Esports Hub. Get in the game today, guys. Do not miss out.
Yes, sir. I am like insanely excited for what is to come in these matches. Now, I know that Julius, you might not know as much about Climatic and Kaiser's Kennel, but from previous like Jamaican featured tournaments, those two teams have been pretty storied organizations, but for two opposing reasons. Climatic has, since the starting of this year, has never made it beyond the quarterfinals, while Kaiser's Kennel has won every single tournament that we've had so far up until this point. So it's definitely going to be something to really look out for, because this version of the Climatic gaming is completely new. It's been revamped with some new, incredibly talented Jamaican players like Shoes Lace, White Raven, and of course DOV9, who are some not just insanely mechanical players, but they are insane in just game knowledge and their champ pool depth and their aggression as well. Like, I don't know, Julius, do you watch LPL?
Yes, I have some knowledge of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most LPL a Jamaican team could possibly hope to get. They are insanely aggressive, but it's not just like mindless, pointless aggression. They are calculated, and if you don't have the hands, they will certainly bully you. So they're an entertaining team to watch. While on the other side of this matchup is Kaiser's Kennel. Now, this team is a lot more controlled. Think more like probably like old Korean team style of playing. They have incredible macros, stable laning, and they just have like such a solid game plan right throughout. And a big point of that is because of their leader, who is Rave Demon. He is probably one of the only challenger, or one of the few challenger players in the region, and it's not just for show. I mean, you yourself told me that you used to play games against him back in your heyday, so you already know about how skilled that player is.
Yes, Ravi Demon, of course. I mean, you mentioned Kaiser's Kennel. They haven't been beaten as yet, and they've always won. And that is no surprise to me. With Ravi Demon at the head, being one of the only challenger players in the Caribbean, a force to be reckoned with. Also, last week we saw the likes of Forward on his Olaf, who completely dominated the game. So it's not like Ravi just by himself. He also has some help indeed, who was keeping him at the top of his game And the climatic gaming, though, you mentioned that they revamped, and yes, I could see last game, right, the likes of White Raven and Shoeslace, they performed very well. They stood out to me, especially White Raven. Looking forward to what they can do today. I know it will be for certain. It should be a bloody game, especially climatic and their style. And Kaiser's Kennel, once he gets to a certain point as well, I know they will not be backing down from any fights. So it should be an exciting game. I'm looking very forward to it, and excited to see what we have in store today.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I am really excited to see how these games will definitely turn out. You know, as we said, both of these teams are, I feel like, relatively opposing play styles, but I think once they mesh, it's going to make for a really, really entertaining match. I think that we definitely will have to look towards, though, or at least what I've just seen from just like tournaments in general, is just the value of when you have a good bot lane 2v2. I think it's so do or die in these kinds of settings, and it's not just from like our I wouldn't say lower level, but our lower level of play in the Caribbean to even all the way up onto the world stage. We see how valuable it is to have like a very strong bot lane. Don't you agree?
Yes, for the longest while, bot lane has been one of the strongest roles in the game. The AD carry is one of the most vulnerable champions to pick, and obviously the support they need within it. But yes, there is immense value of your bot in your bot lane, especially in the late game when your ADC can just unload and start doing all the damage and carrying the fight. Again, we saw White Raven putting on an amazing performance last week. So yeah, I completely agree with your point that bot lane is very important.
Yeah, it's just a thing I've just been thinking about a lot, that bot lane matchup is going to be so pivotal for this game. But another matchup that I am actually like feel like might be in favor of climatic gaming is definitely going to be that jungle matchup. I think DOV9 has been like insane. Is he in Masters now, or is this glitching?
Yeah, I researched. I realized he was in Masters, and he has been playing. He played exceptionally well last week.
He definitely did. He's a really talented player from for the past few years, but I think he just hasn't really found the correct team to really help him to rise to the top. But I think this tournament has definitely been something that has kind of helped more of these players to evolve. But that head-to-head matchup between DOV9 and Kaiser is definitely going to be good. I think Kaiser is more of, I think I really appreciate about the way how Kaiser, the team's named Kaiser's Kennel, the jungler for Kaiser's Kennel plays, is that he plays a lot of champs that take really creative gank pathings and angles, stuff like Nunu and Zac and all of that jazz. Meanwhile, Dio seems to be more of a carry jungler oriented player. He likes to cycle through champions like the Pantheon, the Graves. I've even seen him play Zyra about a tournament or two back. So he wants to gather resources. Meanwhile, Kaiser is a lot more of a facilitator in getting his lanes ahead. So I mean, it's just more of a testament to how opposing these two teams are in their play style. It's going to be quite interesting to see which one of the play styles is superior as regards to both of these teams.
Yes, it will be very interesting. We have the chaotic team versus the slow and controlled, but maybe they're a little better, but the league is such an interesting game. The chaotic team might end up winning out in the end. So we know how these intense fights can play out. We know in a split second anything can happen. So it will be very, very interesting to see how it plays out. So I'm just ready to go. Honestly, ready to hop into this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, so many times we've seen where chaotic playstyle teams have just meshed with these more controlled and slower paced teams, and they've created some of like the greatest League of Legends matches in history. And I'm thinking about stuff like what year was it? Like 2018 IG versus KT Rolster in the quarterfinals. Stuff like RNG versus SKT in like 2017. Some of these matches are just, you could just consider them like written down in like stone as regards to like League of Legends lore, and they're just like so entertaining, and they kind of just shape the way we like think of the game, or at least for me personally, it's shaped the way I think of the game. Going forward, having watched those kinds of high level plays, like it like when you have a team that's just not scared of anything or scared of anyone and will skill check you, it just makes the game so much more fun.
Yeah, and to add to the matches, SKT versus the Rocks Tigers back in 2016. Then we had SKT versus Samsung Galaxy 2016 as well, the finals. Series going to 5 games, and one of Faker's best performances, etched in the history books. These type of intense games always leave you feeling amazing afterwards, right? Sometimes you wonder why we play League. These type of games remind us why we play League, the hype it creates, the end results we get. So hoping that this series, the Kaisers versus the Climatic Gaming, hopefully that produces those kind of results. And another thing, I just want to remind everyone that tonight we'll be launching the soft fearless draft tonight. So, but I'll be later on in the losers finals and also in the winners finals. So, just to explain, the fearless draft normally works as so when you're in a series, if a champion is played once in the series, normally it cannot be played again by any team. However, for our tournament, where whichever team picks the champion will no longer be allowed to pick that champion, but the opposing team will still be allowed to pick it. So that's pretty much how the soft fearless draft will be working tonight, later on tonight, and when we continue. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that soft fearless goes, but we're getting into champion select right now. Kaiser's Kennel versus Climactic Gaming.
Let's see what they have in store for us.
Yes, sir. Okay, so the first one is going to be Rumble. I mean, this is a really strong pick for Climactic Gaming's top laner. So a comfort pick for him. He has like, I think like 1 million mastery on it. So,
and then the Fury ban targeted towards Ravy right off the bat. Yeah, I have seen that Ravy has been playing the Fury a lot, and he's very well renowned for it at this point. So I'm not too surprised about that ban.
Yeah, it's a good ban. I mean, again, he's still the best Nafuri in the in North America. I mean, even like LCS pros kind of really look up to his Nafuri gameplay. So smart ban. We follow up with the Ash ban as well. We've seen White Raven glide on that champion in previous matches. So getting him off of something that good is a really smart decision on the side of Kaiser's Kennel.
Yes, very good ban. Followed up by the Akali. Another one targeted towards Ravy. I mean, right now we're not too surprised. Ravy is being targeted heavily as he was last week. But him being their best player, the challenger player, not too surprised. But right. We know Ravy should still have something up his sleeve. So, love to see.
Yes, he certainly should. I mean, his champion pool is not as shallow as just 3 champions, so I think it's definitely nothing to really sweat. But getting him off of those comfort picks is definitely still a wise thing to do. We see they follow up with a Smolder ban. I was having a discussion with the players last week about Smolder. They're saying definitely if you are willing to get that champion into that safe position, it definitely can take over the game, but I don't know. I've just seen it be punished so much, so I didn't really love it that much.
Yes, I totally agree. Followed up by the Renekton ban, ban towards Forward, who did play extremely well last week. So we're gonna have to see what he has in store as well. We know what he's capable of. Last week on his Olaf, he did dominate the game. So another carry champion banned out from him.
Yeah, pretty wise ban. It's actually Kosi. Forward is their ADC, so Kosi was the one playing Olaf last week.
Right,
He,
Kosi, my apologies.
yeah, no problem. But yeah, I did hear that his Renekton is pretty good along with the Olaf pick. So getting these players off of these comfort picks, trying to get your own team into a better position is pretty good. We get the first pick in. Caitlyn replied with a Jinx bot lane. First pick Caitlyn is not a bad choice at all. We see Climatic pick opting for scaling, and I don't know if Jinx really matches her range, but scaling is still good.
Yes, Caitlyn is a very strong pick and throughout solo queue. Even now, as I was recently playing today, the champion does an insane amount of damage. The headshots, the traps, extremely useful in situations. The Jinx Seraphine to answer though. Jinx Seraphine, a strong bot lane. I'm not too sure about the Jinx early game. It is pretty vulnerable early, but later into the game, it should scale up. We'll just have to see how well they survive the early game with these picks.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. I think Seraphine should make the survivability a little easier, but we do see the Caitlyn get paired with the Karma, and suddenly I'm really looking at this comp being in favor of the side of Kaiser's Kennel. I feel like they'll definitely be able to outrange and maybe even out sustain them. I don't think Seraphine healing is gonna be that much more valuable than Karma Shield and her own poke, but I guess we'll see once we get in. Oh, and certainly Jinx definitely won't be out damaging Caitlyn early, as you said. So
yes, the bot lane is looking very strong for the team for Kaiser's Kennel. We're gonna have to see how Climatic Gaming can survive this early game. Caitlyn Karma very dangerous duo paired with the Wukong. So they do have that synergy. Wukong can engage. And Wukong is pretty good early game, pretty good late game, mid game. So it's kind of a stable pick. So they are doing pretty good right now. As they lock in the Cassiopeia, which is another kind of late game pick. Not too sure how I feel about the Cassiopeia. I'll have to see what they pick for them, about the enemy mid picks.
yeah, I'm not too sure either. Cassiopeia Blind is quite an interesting choice. You do have a lot of immobile carries in both the Jinx and the Cassiopeia, but they are still heavy damage. They scale pretty well into the late game, so I guess you are really trading a lot of that mobility for damage, but with the amount of sticking power that Kaiser's Kennel probably will continue to draft, we already have Karma and Wukong. It's going to be quite challenging for the side of Climactic with these immobile carries, but I guess they'll have to draft something, some tanks or something to peel. I'm probably predicting
So I go.
oh, there goes the Shen.
Come on.
Oh, there goes the Olaf.
You. I promise.
Yeah, I wonder what Kosi will pick now. Yes, I totally agree with your points. Very immobile comp on the side of Climatic Gaming. Very risky drafting an immobile comp into the likes of Kaiser's Kennel. We know they have the Ravy Demon who will probably have a pick in pocket that can punish these immobile characters.
Life
We'll
is
just
too
have to
short
see.
for fear.
And
Yeah.
Lawiban, wow.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Not sure what to say about that one. We see they might pick up the J4 here. Good engage. I mean, that is definitely something that they were missing to begin with. So the J4, some really hard engage, some lockdown onto their carries of Kaiser's Kennel. So I think that's a pretty solid pick right there.
Yes, the J4 is pretty solid. I believe it's a fine matchup into Wukong. However, the comp on the likes of Climatic Gaming, I would like to see some kind of front line coming in. Okay, and the Kog'Maw is locked in. Is that Kog mid for Ravy?
Yes, it is.
Wow. Okay, so Ravy busting out the Kog'Maw mid. I was not expecting that at all. But I guess that's one of his pocket picks. I guess he's good into Cassiopeia. I was not expecting that at all. I was thinking he would pick some sort of assassin, one of his famous assassins. But he goes for the safe mage.
Yeah, I was expecting personally maybe an Orianna pick here. I think that would have suited the comp so well, but maybe it wouldn't have fared extremely well into the Cassiopeia matchup. But Kog'Maw is pretty solid. I was watching their stream literally yesterday, and he was getting some practice in. I was just not sure that he would have brought it out on the first match right now, but he does once he makes it through the early phase of the early laning phase, he does have a lot of range that will definitely help him to outtrade the Cassiopeia. So I think they'll definitely have to have some early pressure onto Kog'Maw. But regardless, once he gets to that level 6, he continues to scale and scale and scale, and then he'll become a problem. But we do see that Climatic has picked up the Maokai in the top lane, and I love this champ so much. This is really good.
Yes, the Maokai fits in perfectly here in their comp. It helps fend off the Wukong, and it does give the peel to the Cassiopeia and Jinx on their backline. So the comp definitely needed the likes of that Maokai. Um, we also have the Cassante on Team Kaiser's kind of like it works pretty well. They didn't need a front line themselves. Works well with the Karma. So in my opinion, we have two good drafts here, and we just have to see how well these teams played out.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. I like both of these drafts. We're definitely gonna have to be looking at that bot lane matchup, and it's probably where both of these junglers are gonna keep most of their attention on, because I think it's gonna be whichever direction it can swing. I think if Jinx goes even in the bot lane, it's probably more problematic than if Caitlyn I think Caitlyn has more pressure to win this lane than Jinx does, because Jinx just scales so well. Um so I think that's definitely going to be the problem. It's probably where California will be focusing most of his jungle attention towards, especially with the fact that they have such good gank setup with the Karma Root and the shields and all of that. The Karma Root and the traps rather from Kaelin. So
Right,
let's just see
right. And I do believe that the bot lane will be a very huge deciding
KDA
factor
taught
in
me
this
this
game,
trick.
like you said.
Take that!
If the Jinx could manage to go even against the Caitlyn, that'll be extremely good, so which will allow Team Climatic to scale up.
To Summoner's Rift.
However, this Caitlyn Karma should be able to dominate this Jinx Seraphine bot lane, and they should be able to amass a pretty big lead based off that.
Minions have spawned.
We're gonna have to see as we have some action in the bot lane. The Rift from Ulysses.
just contesting some early vision in that bush. A really important bush to get some additional information. But it looks like they might. Oh, he started the.
Ravy, he burns the ghost. Okay, so that's a decent loss for Ravy this early in the game, I'd say.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, that spell really helps on a mobile champion like Kog'Maw move around without having to blow his flash. So I think that was totally worth it. Ravy must have gotten a bit scared there.
100%. Now that means if he sees J4, previously he could stop, now he might have to burn the flash or even die. So that's extremely good for them.
Yeah, really good early game. Just a small trade, but these small things really do add up. So really good plays by the side of Climatic so far.
Okay, as we expected, Caitlyn Karma does have the push against the Jinx Seraphine. We'll have to see. Oh, Ravy is losing a lot of health. Doing it by a lot of these Cassiopeia Qs and E's.
Yeah, I mean, the early laning phase of the Kog'Maw is insanely weak. I think not until he gets level 3 where it becomes a bit more manageable, and I don't think he starts really winning until he hits 6. So it's definitely going to be quite challenging for Ravy in the early portions of the game, but his job is just to survive. Hopefully for the side of Climatic, they might already know that, and they might pressure that. Oh,
so this is going in. Ravy's drop between. Ravy's 1 hit away. Oh! Shoeless gets the first blood on the Ravy Demon. Ravy not respecting the Cassiopeia damage. Wow, he gets solo killed by Shoeless in an important match like this.
Oh my god. Well played. I mean, it's as we were discussing just now, the early laning phase of the Kog'Maw is just really weak, and Shoeless, he must have heard me, he knew that, and he just pressured Ravy into going back to base forcibly. So really well played by the side of Climatic. Certainly not the end of the world for Ravy. I mean, the champion still does scale insanely well, but he doesn't want to bleed any more kills over.
Yes, I agree with everything you just said. Ravy certainly tried to disrespect Shoeless a little bit. Shoeless definitely calling out on his bluff, and when he head on for the fight, Ravy got beat.
certainly did. He certainly did. Maybe definitely could not have competed with the damage. Oh wow, look at that pressure that's being put on by the side of Climatic. I'm telling you, this Caitlyn Karma lane is so obnoxious.
Yes, it is. Taking so far as a master 5 CS lead. Let's see how that sounds. Okay. Ravi this time takes a shorter trade, so this time does not get thrown down. Karma though is going extremely hard on the bot lane.
Karma is very forward, but I think it's because, you know, I don't think Jinx and I don't think White Raven and Ultra Ego win that 2v2 right now, so Caitlyn Karma do have more agency in this bot lane. Strictly because of, you know, just stats, so we're gonna keep the pressure off. Correct thing to do.
Conch Cup does miss though, unfortunately, for swag down. Jinx surfing though, they aren't doing too bad. So far they're only down 5 farm. So they're not doing the worst. It's pretty stable right now. In fact, I would say things are looking pretty good for Team Climatic at the moment.
I completely agree. I mean, Jinx and Seraphine's job right now is to just make it through this lane. I mean, Caitlyn Karma, insanely oppressive, and they definitely are not shying away from showing that. Look at the amount of pressure. The guys have to step all the way off of the wave. You see some pings going down into the jungle. Karma might be just getting some vision there to keep some more on track on deal. With a pretty calm early game so far.
Yes, I agree. It's pretty stable. That still will definitely help Team Climatic. So far, mid is looking pretty even. Apart from that solo kill in farm, the farm is kind of even. Top lane, Pisante is building a great lead on Maokai. And it's looking like there's a fight. Pisante uses the W. Maokai is about he has to flash. That's the flash. Is Pisante follow? He follows. Gets the solo kill. Well played to Kosi. Sorak. He did not respect the Pisante level 6 advantage. He was only level 5. Well played to Kosi right there. That was everyone.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, it's kind of showing how strong of a champion this Cassante pick is. And he did manage to get level 6 before Solrock, so he just really abused. He really decided to just abuse the power of the all-out. And just shred away all of those stunts and take down Solrock pretty easily. So really well played for the side of Kaiser's Kennel.
Yeah, so Kaiser's Kennel bouncing right back in the kills department. Now we're tied 1-1. Pisante did have the push on the Solrock, and Solrock I guess he did not expect the level 6 gun, a classic cheeky play on the top laners. We have a bit of a fight going on around Dragon. Climatic trying to walk up. The Caitlyn is zoning them out. Look at forward. Oh, the Jinx though, the range advantage. Jinx is poking out Caitlyn. Wow, that is not how I expected this early game to be going. Caitlyn was trying to gain control of the Dragon Pit, but then Climatic just managed to regain that control of the Jinx range.
Yeah, they just walked around it. I mean, the combat power that's just on the Cassiopeia versus the Kog'Maw really kind of showed up there. Kog'Maw was just forced to run away once Cassiopeia was there, and I think that kind of really helped push the side of the Kaiser's Kennel right out of that Dragon Pit. It's just a thank you for the leash kind of moment for Climatic Gaming.
Yeah, so we're really seeing the downside of the early game of the Kog'Maw. Getting solo kill, the Cassiopeia is stronger than she normally would be at that stage in the game. And she did manage to put a bunch of pressure on the Dragon Pit area. So we are seeing some of the downsides of that Kog'Maw. But all in all, he should be able to recover into this game. He's not too far behind at all. So we'll have to see what Team Kaiser's taking on.
Yeah, they certainly are not too good.
Solrock is way too far on the tower. Oh, the W blocks the third shot. Cassante manages to catch up. Oh, that Q was just short. Does Cassante have another dash? He does. Solrock is 10%. Oh, he gets killed. Solrock. Fighting the bot lane. Seraphine's on the trap. Oh, Jinx is dead. Mid lane is another fight though. Raven falls and pumping up. gets the pass. Oh, Javan feels the flash. And Wukong manages to clean up this 2v2. A victory, I'll say, for the side of Kaiser's Kennel versus Climatic overall.
Oh my god, what a messy set of fights. It looks like 2 kills just go right over onto the side of the mid jungle duo for the side of Kaiser's Kennel. I mean, Shoeslace was, well, Dio was able to just trade over 1, but that fight was insanely messy. A lot of, they kind of outplayed themselves. Dio failed flash over the wall, and Cassiopeia flashed in probably the worst possible direction, so it was quite unfortunate for the side of Climactic, but really well played for Kaiser's Kennel.
Yeah, so they took that 2v2. I suppose Ravi must have known that he would have died, but he knows that Wukong at level 6 really gave his spike is extremely powerful, and Wukong at perfect position. And yeah, his counter was stuck, so he was in a perfect spot to clean up that fight, especially with Javan feeling his flash. Probably had to flash a lot sooner. We also saw in that top lane, Sorak did overextend under the tower, so Cassante was able to capitalize on that. He took about 2 turret shots. Cassante managed to chase him down with his the second part of his R. And this bot lane is now fighting. Caitlyn gets caught. Oh, Seraphine has to burn the flash. Karma's gonna clean it up. Karma, one more. Then Eric picks it up. Can Karma get away? Jinx, J4 lands the Q. Oh, the mantra W. Oh, the juke.
Oh my
wow.
god!
Karma was outplaying it, but Jinx was just too ramped up right there. The equal tempo of the Jinx had enough damage, as well as the flash. I mean, really well played by Swagdown with the moves, but Jinx still manages to catch up. But I mean, Karma did the best she could right there.
Yeah, Karma played that insanely well. Swagdown with the fancy feet was able to basically make that a 2-for-1 trade. So that kind of worked out a lot better for the side of Kaiser's Kennel, especially with the fact that the jungler was there and he also died. So definitely cost them a bit. Probably going to cost them the grubbies as well. All 3 of them go over to the side of Kaiser's Kennel. So they are slowly mounting a little lead in this game, about 2k ahead. I'm telling you, this bot matchup is definitely where all eyes should be. I mean, it's just so messy.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane is extremely action-packed. Both bot lanes, neither side wants to back down. The Karma, Swagdown has full confidence in his mechanics, just stepping up boldly. And right Raven on that Jinx. Once his equal tempo is stacked up, he doesn't seem to back down either. And yeah, this game is looking extremely action-packed. The only worry for me would be, as you said, the gold lead is accumulating for Team Kaiser's Kennel. She looks for another gang, Karma's the flash, and she should just be dead. Excellent gang by Dio. Jinx, she's excited, she's charged up, she's going, she's pushing, Caitlyn has to burn the flash, she gets out. Another excellent gang by Dio, punishing the blue flash. Begin another fight. Cassiopeia just walked right out of bounds. She was on the weak side right there, and she walked out of place. She was instant punish from Kaiser's Kennel. Oh, and there's a pause.
Oh, seems like there's a pause. I guess we'll find out shortly what caused that, but a lot of fighting going on for both sides of these teams. I think Dio having the return gank onto bot lane was really intelligent, especially with the fact that Karma did not have flash. So I think that was a really intelligent play. Getting more gold onto the Jinx is still going in the favor of Climatic's game plan. So it's still pretty good. However, I think Cassio probably was trying to get some vision or roam down towards the river. Dragon is currently up, so I guess that was potentially what she was looking to do, but she just got caught out. I mean, Dragon's up. You don't know where the jungler is. You got to be extra careful. And it definitely cost Cassiopeia her life. It might end up cost Climatic that Dragon as well. But a really festive start, but the lead continues to mount for the side of Kaiser's Kennel.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, Javan just had the excellent play punishing the no flash Karma. But what happened was the Kaiser's Kennel had full vision on the Javan, so they know that they can make a play on the other side of the map. So Cassiopeia had to play extremely safe as she was on the weak side. But she didn't respect it, and Kaiser's Kennel, Kaiser's Kennel immediately punished the Cassiopeia for that overextension. And right now they are posturing on that dragon, which would have been extremely helpful for Team Climatic, as it would help them delay the game and stall out. But no, it's going the way of Kaiser's Kennel, so good now. Okay, so we are back into the game. The pause has ended. And yeah, but as of now, the Kaiser's Kennel is looking to be in a very good spot, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to be in a very good spot so far. Most definitely, they do pick up their first dragon of the game. Oh, so we're gonna have a fight with top lane.
This is a low HP. Does he back off? He goes back in. Has full confidence. Hits the Q. Maokai. Does Maokai have W? No, Maokai. Oh, Maokai is way too weak. Look at the item differential. Kosi just completely stomping right now. Even though he took 2 towers, for example, under 25%. He's just too snowball on this.
Yeah, Kosi is smurfing right now. He has solo killed Solrock 3 times back to back to back. Feels like there's absolutely no counterplay. Now there's about like a 2-level lead for the side of Kaiser's Kennel's top laner on this Cassante pick. This is not looking good for the side of Climatic.
Yes, Climatic should be very worried right now. He's climbing to about a bit over 3,000 at the moment, and Team Kaiser's Kennel with the Cassante is another issue that they now have to deal with. They first had to worry about the bot lane, but now the Cassante is extremely snowballed. It's going to be a real threat. And one day now, well, they could stall out this game. I'm not sure how long they will be able to stall out this game.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. I mean, I think both of these teams might have a really... Oh, it looks like another fight's going on.
Solrock manages to get out though this time.
Manages to get out. I think Solrock is kinda... Personally, I think he might just be butchering the wave state here. I think when you're this far behind, hard pushing the wave every chance you get is not the play.
This was looking very aggressive. Both junglers go on standby. But they decide to back off for now and call it a stalemate.
Yeah, it seems that even though he's a level down, the combat stats on the Cassiopeia are still very, very strong.
Again, oh wow, beautiful combo. Solrock has to put the flash, and he gets out. Those Kosi here is just flexing his Cassante mechanics, knowing that as soon as Solrock gets close to the wall, he could just RL out and take out all his HP. So well played to Kosi right there.
Yeah, and he's not just flexing his Cassante mechanics, he's flexing his wallet. He is about 50 CS off on Solrock. The Maokai is getting completely chopped down by a Cassante right now.
Yes, Maokai at this stage in the matchup, especially against Cassante, when he's this far ahead, you really cannot trade him. Like you said, you cannot afford to push the wave. You really just want to let Cassante push the wave, and you try to stay as healthy as possible and just farm up what you can. Oh, as Ravy gets caught by the Javelin. Ravy gets hit by the Jinx, Cassiopeia burns the flash to secure the kill. So Ravy is just getting caught out of position.
Most definitely, something he'll definitely have to be looking out for every single time he's around and Jarvan's there. They can't just hold onto him. Solrock needs to just relax and let the wave come to him. Try and not like just push out, don't push the wave anymore. If you can freeze it right there, just freeze it and try and farm up and catch up as best as you can. This lane is no longer his, so should not be going past that river.
Yeah, Solrock. You know, he should be avoiding these fights because these trades never wins his trade at this point in the game, but he's still going for it. So probably not the best idea, but so far the game has stabilized a bit for Team Climatic, given that they just got that pick up for Ravy. And again, Ravy is looking very easy. Okay, Java decides not to go.
Second invade. Second invade is happening.
Yes, Javan does secure the blue buff, and Team Kaisers are bottom of it now. They're looking to retreat. They don't want to fight. Oh, Caitlyn, Jinx said if Jinx can get complete shut down. Wukong flashes in, Jinx has to flash out. Wukong has a cyclone. Okay, they managed to escape from now with a flash. But that was a very spicy engage by the Wukong.
Quite so. I mean, a lot of summoners and ultimates burned right before that dragon spawned. Pretty intelligent play here, just to force out a lot of things and get back onto that objective. But Ravi's chasing down the snake.
Ravi's getting caught by the Cassante. Cassante is onto him. Ravi's no flash. Oh, he gets the blast cone. Cassante has the flash. Oh, he decides not to flash. Ravi might have just been out of range. And sorry, I'm shoesless. Shoesless. It was just out of range. As of now, we're seeing the benefits of the promo. We're seeing the R just chunking out the Cassiopeia from halfway across the screen. Again, Sora getting by the Cassante. Is he go for the dive? Goes for the dive. Gets the full Q. Sora. Oh, Sora gets caught out again. Again, trading with the Cassante, but is this many levels behind. Never a good idea. You could see this coming. A mile away as we were speaking of earlier.
It's rough for Solrak with the fact that the top tower is down now. That's quite unfortunate. That's a lot of money into this Cassante's pockets. I mean, Climatic does have Shred for the tank, but he is going to be a raid boss beside that Jinx and the Cassiopeia. So this is really bad for the side of Climatic Gaming. The lead into the top lane is too huge.
Yeah, at this point, Cassante could be the one versus 9, as we say, 1v9 in the game. Cassante is just this far ahead. And like you said, Cassiopeia, Jinx, yeah, Jinx might worry about Cassante on top of the Wukong and the other carries they have to worry about. So not looking very good for Climatic at the moment. Let's hope they could secure a few more picks or something so they can get back into this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Climatic is going to have to be fishing for something to happen. I mean, they do have dragons in their favor, so if they continue to stack those, that will definitely work out for them. But with the fact that Kaiser's Kennel is about to pick up the Rift Herald, they might be able to blow this game even further open into their own pockets right there. I'm expecting that Herald to potentially go down into that mid lane, crack that mid tower, and then it's going to be a much more difficult game for the side of Climatic.
Yeah, especially as we were seeing, the promo is getting more and more online as well. So the number of problems Team Climatic has to worry about is increase the surfing out. Oh, just barely misses, doesn't clip the Caitlyn right there. But yeah, as we were saying, the Team Kaiser's Kennel continues to expand their lead, and with that Rift they're picking up the mid lane, and they kind of free to roam around and get vision and play as they like.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the side of Climatic need to defend that mid tower with their lives. I think if that mid tower goes down, this is going to be insanely difficult. Especially with the amount of engage and sticking power that they have with the Cassante and the Wukong and the crazy poke range that you get from the Kog'Maw. It's going to be so difficult to go anywhere on the map once they start to get more vision control.
Yeah, I completely agree. They control the red and blue side of the jungle. They assume they might not even be able to walk up on the bar area. Oh, before option to Raven has to get the flash. So very well played by Dio. He's been punishing his Kog'Maw the best that he's good at. He can be this game. So I'm only commending for that. Granted, the Kog'Maw still is very strong. I think invading. Dio does secure the Raptors there with Smite.
Dio has not missed a smite all game. He's been going on pretty well. Hopefully it won't have to come down to whether he lands a smite or not today though. They're trying to get a reply play onto the mid lane, but Cassio has her bodyguard, so she just walks right out, and there goes the Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah, so like you said, Team Kaisers get worked up in the Rift Herald, and it's looking like they're gonna get a second charge
Oh my
As they
god.
choose to back off. They're trying to catch the Seraphim. Who comes the W? The Seraphim gets out.
So he narrowly gets out. But really good set of plays by the side of Kaiser's Kennel. They are not giving them anything.
Oh, he punches in the jungle. He has a beautiful ult. It's like, oh, the Cassiopeia ult. Got him. Jinx ult. It's a big personal fight. Desante can get out. Como is kicking in the back. Jacob goes back in. Desante gets a W, is not enough. Now it's Como and Jinx. Como and Caitlyn. What a chaotic fight. Como and Caitlyn. Como and Caitlyn versus the Cassiopeia. Shoeless. And they decide to back out. Wow. What a fight. What a chaotic fight. Somehow Como and Caitlyn managed to remain alive in the back line. And Kaiser's gonna come out on top. Wow.
Yeah, that was insane. A lot of things went pretty well for the side of Kaiser's Kennel, but I think it was just really just the slimmest of margins. And the fact that this Cassante is so fat, he took so long to die and he did so much damage in that process too. Gave a lot of room for both Bravey and Forward to do a lot of free firing. So I think that was like what really narrowly helped them to win that fight. But with the fact that they do have about a 4k gold lead and that fight was so close, I think that definitely speaks to how much the Climactic Gaming does have going for them, especially with that Jinx scaling. So if they are able to slow this game down a bit more, maybe they'll be able to come back, but it's going to be quite an uphill battle.
Lemon tries to steal. Wukong secures the Drake. Drake secured for Team Kaiser's Kennel. As Cassante is stuck in the pit, he's out. Wukong is stuck in the pit, uses the side blow. They get one, Wukong falls. Fight is going on. Jinx has the range advantage, he backs out. So, stalemate. Cassante is looking. They decide to back out.
Yeah,
Also, Guardian was secured for Kaiser's Kennel. And yeah, so that's pretty good. Team Climatic do not move to Soul Point. It's extremely good for Kaiser's Kennel.
Yeah, it is insanely good for Kaiser's Kennel that they denied that third Drake from Climactic and they were able to trade up 2 for 1 in that team fight. I think Dio definitely trying to go for that Dragon. Probably wasn't the play. Probably should have traded on the opposite side of the map there. They already had their presence. They already had presence on the bot side. They already had control over the pit. I think you're really like going for a... I think that was like really risky, but I mean, I guess we can always say, what if it worked out, right? So, I don't think that was the right play.
Yeah, Dio playing extremely greedy. He went for the glory steal to put them at Soul Point. However, he just instantly died, so he didn't really contribute to the fight, as you were saying. So that was an extremely risky play and it did not work out in their favor, unfortunately. Climatic, it did not work out for them this time.
It did not at all. I can see the thought process. He just got to the pit late, and I think that's probably the point where you kind of could have just I would have personally traded Baron for that Dragon, but I guess they're already, you know, other factors are there. But I would have traded Baron for that Dragon, knowing that we already had 2 Dragons. For the side of Climatic, I wouldn't have even gone down there. But I guess, you know, that's why these guys are the pros and I'm here on commentator. So I'm sure they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And given they have the Jinx as well as the Cassiopeia, Cassiopeia was one of the champions that does Baron the fastest in the game. That was definitely a viable option for them, given that they lost the fight and the Dragon. So yeah, Baron is definitely a better call. So I completely agree.
Yeah, it could definitely have been the call, but it's still gonna be the next objective on the table until the next Dragon spawn.
Swagdown getting caught by the Jarvan. Swagdown just completely greeding for that ward right there by the red buff. He greeded for the ward and he gets caught out. What does Team Climatic decide to do with this pick?
They need to convert that pick into... Oh my god, that damage!
Look at that combo damage, wow. Right Raven loses half his health bar instantly. That's to back off. Okay,
That's crazy.
This combo is getting online at that 2.5 item spike. He's Not even 3 items yet.
Kog'Maw is becoming a problem.
This is what I did last.
I guess Nashor is third. It's going to be quite the issue dealing with this Kog'Maw. I mean, Climatic needed to have converted that kill into something, and I think that might be what they're attempting to do in this jungle here. If they allow these guys to get out, they're out.
Yeah, so Kaiser's they did steal the blue buff and they did get out. So props to them. Right
Like
now,
they're getting some plates up.
nice hook. Kog'Maw on Sorak, who's extremely behind. Look at that damage. As he burn the flash, can he juke the R? Yeah, I doubt he's gonna make it. Sorak, let's see the moves.
Dead.
Let's see the moves, the jukes. Oh, so far he's working out. I mean,
Two teleports.
here the teleport. Shoes this is
Trying to
in.
stall.
No, Shoes this has to run. Shoes this is really easy. Jinx is pushing forward though. Jinx, they reply with a tower. Not bad.
You trade the Maokai for the mid tower. I think that's still pretty good.
Oh
My god!
Engage. Gets the bot lane, get the back line of Team Climatic. Surfing else holds the Wukong. Oh, Wukong, this one might have went too deep. The whole thing survives. Can they get out? Kog'Maw clips him at the end. Clips the Jarvan.
He gets the Jarvan with one final shot. I mean, California went in a bit too deep. The peel from the Seraphine was about as good as it could have been, but I think that play still worked out in favor of the side of Kaiser's Kennel. They trade out basically 2 for 1. They get the inner mid tower, and they also now have full control of this Dragon Pit. I think this might be soul point for
Now on the third break, the gold leader still is approaching 5,000, and they're in a very good spot in this game. This Kog'Maw now is a 700 gold bounty rating. Despite the early deaths, he still manages to become the most relevant, or one of the most relevant characters in this game.
Most definitely. I mean, he just hung on. He just kept farming, and now Kog'Maw is becoming a serious problem. About as serious as this Caitlyn is, but with a lot more range.
Picking on the Jinx. Manages to walk it out. It's like, oh, he started the flash. The flash engage. Jinx no flash. Jinx no flash. Well played, Kaiser's Kennel. Kaiser's Kennel finishing the no flash. Jinx overextended in the mid lane. And well played to them. Someone must have played that.
Jinx cannot be so far up by herself. These guys have too many go buttons, and they're still willing to push forward.
So Baron is on the table for Team Kaiser's Kennel right now. Let's see what they decide to do. So far they're hanging out in the jungle and they're looking for another pick.
He's so aggressive, but he has so much defense from both of his shielding teammates. Asante with those humongous shields, and they're pressing forward, still getting control over that mid-wave Kaiser's Kennel, and I think they might pass right over to that Baron afterwards, or at least debate it.
Yeah, I find it surprising that they did not start that Baron. I guess they just have that much respect for Team Climatic. Zorak is another stunt he has in the series, is very behind. They fall on the Kog'Maw. He gets a beautiful ult. Can Cassiopeia capitalize? Jinx in the back line, damaging the Asante. Jinx is managing to land some damage right now, but so far, Asante is still alive.
Asante is just too fat. He just goes right into the middle of 4 people and he just walks right back out like nothing happened. Asante is just too well built right now, and I think that might have just spelled Baron. They have no way of contesting this.
Kaiser's Kennel is on the Baron. The Baron is dropping extremely low. Zorak is top of pit. Baron secured for Team Kaiser's Kennel. Wukong is still looking. Jinx getting good damage off. Jinx is going a little too far. Kog'Maw. Jinx, no flash. Oh, the right within the building is at the final power for Kog'Maw. What a problem this Kog'Maw is at this point.
Kog'Maw is just way too safe in that backline. He gets to reposition freely with the Karma Shield. along with the Ghost for himself, and then you have Cassante there just to tank up everything for you. Kog'Maw is just having a free farming fiesta right now, along with the Caitlyn. Both of these ADCs are definitely just they're just hanging out, man. They're just hanging out. Jarvan can't even get to them in a sensible way.
Yeah, I mean, so Javan did get a decent engage, but the rest of the team couldn't access that corner with that peel from the Cassante. So it's a huge issue for Team Climatic at the moment. Getting to that corner.
Most definitely, and they're shredding. I think it's definitely Kaiser's Kennel is just shredding through the Maokai a lot faster than Jinx and Cassiopeia can shred through
Oh, choose the R. Hits one, gets it by the other one. Really godlike. Really demon. I mean, did we ever doubt it? We never doubted it. We did say we would find it back into this game. Cogmo is fully online at the moment. It's like only thing trying to take his Cogmo at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Ravi is just having these point and click Kog'Maw ultimates. They basically don't miss. Once he's fired it off, it has to hit you, and once it hits you, it's half your HP. Look at Solrock.
Look at Maokai's earth bar is completely gone. Cassante is tanking the entire enemy team and the tower, and he still has HP. While Cogmo is standing in the back and picking him out. Oh, Raven went too far. Javan to beautifully engage the heal. Javan completely has to disengage. Raven gets stunned. Raven's down. Raven's down. Big good for Team Climatic as Team Kaiser's
yeah, a huge shutdown for the side of Team Climatic, but it does go over onto the Seraphine. Not sure if that's the best person for it to have gone over onto, but I guess it probably doesn't matter. The fourth dragon is still going towards the side of Kaiser's Kennel. This will be the Ocean Stone, and if you thought Kosi was hard to kill before,
get the steal. Dio goes in. The Kong is in. Cassiopeia, beautiful outro. They can't get past that Cassante. Look at Kosi go. Solrock is kind of holding back. If you look at Cassante, they finally get through on Solrock. Oh! Tuesdays walks in the Caitlyn trap. And Cassante is still going on the Jinx. Cassante can just walk into the enemy and do what he wants. He flashes into White Raven. White Raven goes down. Not too much you can do. We did mention that Cassante. Just way too many problems for Team Climatic game to deal with at this stage in the game.
yeah, you are completely right. Cassante is putting on a top lane clinic onto the head top of Solrock, and it's pretty crazy. I think he's almost at full build now, and the champion is just providing so much more utility in these fights. I don't know if you saw some of these engages from Jarvan. Kante just jumps over onto Ravi, and he's just shielded basically almost for his entire HP bar, and that's minus the Karma shield. So I think this champion is definitely just providing so much more value than the Twisted Tree. They're going for one for Hail Mary.
That's the real answer. Good over to Jarvan. But Cassante is just under the tower in front of both of them. They can't get past this Cassante. He goes into the fountain. He's healing up the hill.
Yeah, this Cassante was the raid boss for the side of Kaiser's Kennel. Not to take anything away from the rest of the team. They're diving the fountain. They're killing everyone. And the dogs are out to bark. Well, not just bark, but they bite. A wonderful game played by Kaiser's Kennel.
Yeah, extremely well played by Kaiser's Kennel. Hats off to them. Ravi Demon played very well. Kosi, we mentioned they banned out his picks, but he still has other picks in his pocket, as we see the Cassante putting on the clinic, as you said. And forward, there's no takeaway from forward. He had a very clean game, as well as this Karma was very aggressive from the jump. And Team Climatic just did not have what it took to just hang in there a little longer, with the Dragons not going their way, and the massive lead developing in that top lane. I would say that was the massive lead in the top lane definitely significantly reduced their chances of winning, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the fact that Kosi got ahead so early. It was so insanely difficult to kill him in these objective fights, and he just continued to snowball and snowball. And even when you would have thought that everything was leveled off in this game, where both tanks were relatively even, the value that the Cassante provided for his carries, keeping Ravi alive and keeping forward alive to do all of their damage, was insanely like good. Like I saw some humongous shields, and I don't know if it's paired with the Karma shield or that's just from the Cassante dash, but that was incredibly disgusting in my in my opinion. So I definitely think that the Cassante pick provided so much value, and it definitely helped turn the tides for the side of Kaiser's Kennel. Not to take away anything from the other laners, but I definitely think Kosi was. If I was to vote for man of the match, he'd definitely be my vote.
And I have to agree, Kosi, that Cassante taking his lane domination into the team fights, into the jungle fights, completely negating whatever the Jinx was trying to accomplish. The Jinx couldn't even get a single reset to really get excited, because the Cassante was always full health or close to being full health, and these massive shields he was gaining as well made it impossible for him to come close to falling. So a lot of hope. The Cassante really took away, I would say, almost all of the hopes, the team fighting hopes of Team Climatic, especially as we got into that mid to late game. So extremely well played to Kosi. Hats off to him. Definitely stole that game away from Climatic. So they're gonna have to go to the drawing board and see how they can try to bridge that top lane gap as they move forward.
Yeah, most definitely. They're definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board for sure. But a pretty well played game for the side of Kaiser's Kennel. They can really be proud of themselves for how they decided to just draft that in general. I really liked the Maokai pick. I like Maokai in general personally, so I'm a bit disappointed to see that it just did not provide. I'm disappointed to see it didn't provide a lot of value, but that's enough about that game. Our next game is going to be Black Bulls versus Trini Esports, and that's gonna be a match to watch. I'm really excited. What are your do you have any thoughts about what's to come next, Julius?
Yeah, Black Bulls versus Trini Esports. I myself am not too familiar with the history of the teams, as you said. However, I am excited to see the match, but in terms of familiarity, I'm not too familiar. But I do expect it to be a great match. All the matches in this tournament are great matches.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm excited for every game that's gonna be played tonight. I mean, I think I know a little about Trini Esports. I do know that they did show up at Jamaica's third Nexus Showdown, which was like about 2 months ago, and they performed incredibly well. We had some of our best possible players in that tournament, and Trini Esports were still able to come second, even taking a game off of Kaiser's Kennel. So that team is definitely not a team to sneeze at. I do know that Black Bulls is also an incredibly strong team. I think I noticed about them from watching some of their matches is that they have insane jungle support synergy. I think I saw a scrim. Most of these matches I saw yesterday. So it was like a scrim that they had against Climactic. They fell behind in the bot lane 2v2, but the support started to roam and pair with the jungler. I think it's LoL Coach Danny, I believe, was the name of the jungler. And he started to pair with the jungler, and they were able to just get themselves back into the game. It sort of reminds me of how FPX played. You'd be going for Scuttle, and all of a sudden you would see 4 people there or 5 people there fighting you for the Scuttle Crab. That's the style that I really saw from Black Bulls, and I hope that that's what they will bring out against Trini Esports, because that team is definitely not something to sneeze at.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like amazing synergy. You mentioned FPX. Are you referring to that team with Tian and Doinby and
Yes.
LWX that era. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
so yes, if that's what you're saying, yep. I'm very much looking forward to it. Um, that synergy with Crisp, I believe Crisp and
Yes.
Tian was definitely something to look out for. Tian, obviously the mechanical, was an extremely gifted mechanical player in his prime, and always a hype fight to watch. Definitely something I'll be looking forward to.
Yeah, most definitely something that I'll also be looking forward to. I mean, Tian, I mean, I don't want to start ranting about FPX. I don't want to start ranting about FPX.
Actually, was my favorite team at one point, but their fall off was insane.
Yeah.
Their fall off was heartbreaking. I was so mad at them.
Yeah. I like their play style a lot, but man, they just, I don't know. I think it was one of those occasions where you just fit a tournament play style and the matchups that you've been handed in the bracket, and that kind of just worked out for them. It was like a stars kind of just aligned for them, because I think if things were kind of swapped, I think if they got SKT in finals, they wouldn't have won. That's my personal perspective, but I mean, I guess we'll never know.
Well, I completely agree, because the LPL, I don't think they've ever won a best of 5 versus Korea in the world stage in the playoffs. The LCK has always beaten every LCK team every LPL team, sorry, in the playoffs, and the LPL has also been known as chokers. So you said if they did face SKT, they would have lost. I completely agree. FPX against G2, I guess they didn't bring their A game, and LPL, they had full confidence to take them down. But we've seen them against LCK teams, they just kind of crumble or they go invisible versus the LCK team. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, especially against Faker, but I don't want us to go like too far down into that rabbit hole. we're at a whole different tournament. Maybe one day we'll be casting worlds, and then we can yap about all of that, guys.
Yes, I look forward to that day. But yeah, speaking again about you said coach. His name is LOL Coach Danny. I'm actually looking at some highlights of the board right now, and yeah, so he did have a really good performance on that Mundo, and I did see some of those highlights when he was playing up with the Lulu, making good rooms. I could see them even in the mid lane together. Lulu is just with him, walking around the map, making plays together, playing vision, getting stuff done on the map. Raspberry T, so I will be looking out for his performance, his upcoming performance this game, based off the introduction you gave him.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see that. I mean, I think it was more of a thing that they just decided to fall back on because they ran into some issues in the bot lane 2v2, but I guess we'll see. It's still definitely a formidable strategy. I personally love to see when supports take a lot of agency on the map, and they can impact the way how the game is being played. So I definitely think that's definitely something that they should do. Support players, you're not just there to play the laning phase. You should also impact the map with your jungler, help him deal with objective, help him with ganks. It definitely makes your jungler a lot more potent in his role. So with the fact that Black Bull seems to have that be a part of their identity, I'm really looking forward to see how they will handle Trini Esports in this game.
Yeah. And another player, the Nutsman, I don't think he should be overlooked. I'm saying he had a very good performance on his brand. So I wonder if they'll ban it out tonight, but his brand was looking really good in their last match last week. And yeah, his name speaks for itself, the Nutsman. I'm seeing some crazy plays with his flash. He's flashing in, landing some big ults right there. So I will be looking out for him as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's if he gets the brand. I'm assuming these guys would have probably done their research. I think brand is like so criminally underrated as a champ. I don't think he has a decent enough lane phase if he can get the trades off, but I think that his real strength comes from that team fighting. Once he gets that R off, you could just kill him right after. It wouldn't have mattered. He gets to stack up the passive pretty freely and get a lot of damage while already being in base if you've already gotten onto him. So I think that champion is like so ridiculously simple to pilot, but so strong when it comes on to the 5v5. So I mean, for the side of Trini Esports, I definitely think that they will have to be a lot more careful as regards to letting through a pick like that brand, as you discussed, because the nuts man he's just gonna go nuts, man. So I I definitely wouldn't want him to be doing that so freely.
Yes, indeed, we could not want that. But let's take a look at the brackets. So Kaiser's Kennel has qualified for the winners final. So the winner of this match between, wait, 1 second. Yeah, so Kaiser's Kennel have qualified for the winners final. So that means Team Climatic will be moving on to the losers bracket, and the winner of, as we said, the Trini Esports and the Black Bulls will move on to the winners finals. So that's just something to keep in mind as we progress throughout the tournament tonight.
Yeah, that is definitely something to keep in mind. So that means whoever wins that next matchup after this game against Kaiser's Kennel going to be the first to be in the grand finals. And then we'll have the whole run of the losers bracket. I believe Climatic will be playing against the Scrubs in the losers bracket, and if my memory serves me correctly, it's the Quabbies also in the losers bracket. So whoever loses this current match here that's gonna be playing soon is gonna be playing against the Quabbies. But it seems that we are about to get into Champion Select very shortly. This is going to be Trini Esports versus the Black Bulls. So let's get started. Let's get started.
Let's go.
Right. Are there any special picks like that you might be looking out for, Mr. Julius?
Well, yeah, you said, well, we spoke about the brand, but you said there's a good chance it will be banned out. So if not the brand, I'm not too sure. Special picks. What's OP at the moment? What are you thinking is what are your special picks you're looking forward to tonight?
Well, I'm not at all sure. I think we haven't seen a lot of picks that I personally really like. We haven't seen a lot of Yunaras, not a lot of Misfortunes, and apparently all of the supports in this, well, not all of them, most of the supports in this tournament seem like they're allergic to the tank supports. Everyone's picking enchanters and damage dealers, but those are the kinds of picks I want to see, to see more variety in the draft. And I wouldn't be surprised, I would not be unhappy to see some creative picks. There goes the brand ban, so we're definitely not seeing that.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, the brand did get banned. So we were expecting that kind of, so let's see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, first pick Jinx for Ace 360 Seal, quite an interesting pick. We see the follow-up pick might be the Caitlyn Karma potentially for the bot lane duo. We have seen in the game before that Caitlyn Karma do really go hard and bully Jinx and whatever she's paired with, so might be kind of rough for the side of the Black Bulls already. Seems to be a Jace picked up here. Might be Jace jungle, might be top.
Yeah, well, Jace, it is technically a flex pick. Yeah, jungle or top, even mid as well. So very solid early pick. Very solid. And looking forward to see what he can pull off with this Jace pick. And he's a very entertaining character as well, because it takes a bit of skill to pull off a good Jace. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, most definitely. We do get the blind pick Ornn here for the top laner of the Black Bulls. I think Ornn has been like such a really strong staple top laner pick. Oh, the Jinx has been paired with Braum. So I think that comp is rounding out pretty well. Insane 5v5 already, and the peel. And the peel is going to be insanely good for the side of that Jinx Ace 360 seal is not going to really get punished that much for that Jinx so far.
Yeah, so Jinx being paired with the Braum, that is a very good combo, and it scales very well as well. So on the lane itself, Jinx does have a bit of security with that Braum pick. So all in all, very solid. I am a fan of that pick, of these two picks. Let's see what they do next.
Sir, I mean, we do see the Caitlyn paired with the Seraphine. With the fact that Braum is so short ranged, not gonna be ideal for Braum. I think Braum is definitely gonna have quite a rough time in that matchup, Braum and Jinx. So their mission is probably just going to be to just farm and relax for the entirety of that laning phase. We do see a Malzahar ban come in from the side of the Trini Esports.
Yes, Malzahar ban. Malzahar is pretty good right now. Well, actually, I'm not too sure of how good it is, but you know, it's just pretty simple champ, easy to execute. So I guess it's always get a ban on this kind of champs that can just mission, if anything. And
Yeah.
a Malphite ban. What's your thoughts on that?
I love Malphite. I think
warrior's
it's
spirit is
such a
never
really
broken.
good, simple top lane champion. There were some players that I've seen run it support as well. But I really think it's just such a strong top lane champion. You just build tank and just press R. I mean, you can't get any better than that. And we do see a follow up ban come in being the Zinzo. I'm assuming that's gonna be Zinzo jungle ban. So pretty strong dueling jungler, has a lot of ability to engage and disengage as well. So it would have really fit that Jinx. But Ambessa, the final ban for the side of the Black Bulls. I think Ambessa is such a strong champion, really underrated. Surprised I haven't seen more of it, but good ban.
Yeah, Mbessa, I personally very dislike that champion very much. So happy to see it banned. Let's get off the map. And but so far, I must say I do. Okay, you have the Wukong coming in against another Wukong. Not too sure how I feel about the Wukong, given that we're seeing two tanks right now, which kind of does well. Wukong does not really do well into these two tanks, but we'll have to see what Team Black Bulls pick next. So far, I like their first three picks. Looks very solid. But let's see if we can get some kind of action champs at the moment. Viego. Not bad. What's your opinion on the Viego versus okay, but it could be Chase. I'm not sure if it's Wukong or Chase. I'm not sure how Viego will do here into these potential junglers.
If it's Jace, I think he's okay. If it's Wukong, I think it might be a little sticky. Well, early I think he probably wins, but if it's Wukong going into that late, if it's Wukong, I think it's might be sticky. I'm not actually 100% sure. I'm just going off a headcanon. I am not sure how that matchup goes.
I'm not too sure either. But the Lissandra, I mean, I don't hate the Lissandra pick. The comp is very, very stable, and they have the Viego, which kind of has some early game playmaking. Not too sure it was my favorite last two picks, but it's not the worst either. And the Rumble, we know right now, very strong in the meta. So Rumble could be flexed, but most likely it should be a Rumble. Where do you think the Rumble is at? I'm not too sure.
I'm assuming he goes top. That's my
Right.
general assumption. Yeah, I'm not sure if Jace really wants to be up there with Ornn, and I think with the fact I think Wukong is just I think Wukong is more serviceable in the jungle than Jace or Rumble. That's just my personal. I think they can switch up a lot of things, but I think it's gonna be Wukong jungle Jace, mid and Rumble top lane. I think they might just go for the most standard thing. I think that's beyond fine.
Yeah,
But
I completely agree. So two solid comps on both sides of the bracket. I'm sorry, of the game, and looking to see what the Black Bulls and Trini Esports can bring to the game right now.
most definitely. I like both comps. I'm looking forward to see how they will decide to play this out. Deathstroke He played top lane the last time we saw him, but looks like he must have gone mid lane here with the Jace pick. I think Jace is definitely going to have a pretty decent time against this Lissandra, especially for the probably the first 3 levels. He's gonna be he should definitely be out pressuring her. I think he outranges and out damages her at the earlier portions of the game, and I'm expecting a lot of pressure from the Caitlyn Seraphine onto the Jinx Braum. So potentially, LoL coach Danny might be directing some attention towards that bot side just to stop the bleeding from just the natural 2v2 matchup being not in his favor. So definitely some eyes going down to bot lane. I'm hoping to see some agency from this Lissandra. I want to see you roaming to that bot lane, putting some pressure onto this Caitlyn Seraphine. Otherwise, they are going to run away with the bot lane matchup.
Yes, we know about Caitlyn lanes on a whole. Caitlyn, one of the more dominant early carries, and we never want the Caitlyn to start snowballing. So we definitely want to see pressure as we get into an early pause. Not sure.
A
We'll have to
summoner
try to
has
find out what's going
disconnected.
on. Maybe some connection issues with the Caitlyn.
Yeah, seems to be some connection issues with one of the players on Trini Sports. Seems like he might have just reconnected just now. Hopefully everything is fine with their internet. We wouldn't want anyone disconnecting mid-game, so hopefully everything will be fine soon. But as you said, you know, the Caitlyn is definitely going to have a lot of agency. It's gonna have a lot of just gonna have a lot of pressure in the bot lane. So hopefully once the technical issues are resolved, we can get to see that on full display. But I'm loving both of these comps. I really like the Rumble pick into the Ornn, even though I low-key feel like it might be kind of feast or famine if he gets camped, because Ornn has such good gank setup. But I guess we'll see. They'll probably just leave them alone though, because that seems to be the pattern of most of these games. Just leave top lane alone.
Yeah, so great. And we are back in the game. The game has resumed. But like you were saying though, they would most likely leave these tanks alone. The last game we saw there's a bit of an early invade by Team Black Bulls. But we did see the top laner kind of get gapped, right? So even though ideally you'd like to leave them alone, depending on the skill gap, we could have a problem in the top lane. But we'll have to see it. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, we will definitely have to wait and see some early poke out from Convict onto Rumble. But look at the posturing of the Jace. It's just as we were discussing. He knows he has that pressure.
He's putting that pressure on the Sandra very early. Yes, as you said. I actually like that from the Jace. Putting some early dominance. Yeah.
Most definitely. I mean, that's the way he has to play it. He has a little bit of range advantage, and he did part the electrocute, so he needs to be pressuring that Lissandra as best as he can, especially before she hits that level 3. But it seems like he's getting out traded. What's happening? Ooh, Mr. Shock Blast.
Lissandra, he's tanking Lissandra's entire minion wave. That's the problem. He's using for the Q. Very aggressive. Jace. Lissandra gets the first blood. Lissandra gets the first blood. Jace was way too aggressive in trading in the minions like that. He probably took 100 damage or more in just minion damage right there.
Yeah, he was insanely aggressive. I mean, right idea, but wrong execution. He had all 6 minions just pointing and shooting at him. It was quite unfortunate, but first blood goes over to the side of the Lissandra. The Nutsman getting quite nutty, and whoa.
Again, destruction immediately just goes back in, but he manages to take out about half of Lissandra's HP as Wukong is posturing. He knows Lissandra is no flash. Let's see if they manage to make this happen, but Lissandra is playing pretty respectful at the moment. Maybe they're not looking for the dive.
She's playing pretty respectfully. The correct thing to do. I mean, she still has the the glacial path to just get right out of there. regardless. So I think it might be quite complicated to gank this champion, but Wukong
Yeah,
uses the prio to invade.
Here we have some action at the blue buff right now. Wukong backs off the blue buff, so he's essentially listed for Viego. Now Viego is looking for the crab. This is not looking too good for Wukong right now. He secures the crab. Okay, I guess he just walks it out. So he does secure the crab in the end, so it will for him.
Pierce the sky and punch the
Pretty
stars.
easy free crab. I think Viego might be looking for a gank. Jace has no flash, but he just walks that right off. Need to do anything extra.
But right now, but the Caitlyn is actually down 9 CS. That's not what I was expecting at all in this lane. So she does have the prior, but it seems she's been dropping some farm. As Diego is popping for a gun. Uses the Seraphine gets stuck by the Bumble, has to go in the flash. Diego goes on the Seraphine. Looking good, it's not looking good for Seraphine. Jinx flashes forward. Seraphine's 1 hit away. Diego secures it. Oh, Caitlyn got caught as well. One more from Diego. Beautiful. Ooh, very beautiful gun for Diego right there.
Very well played. Unfortunate that it did end up being a 1-for-1, but I think we take those every day of the week. 2 kills over onto the Viego. He is accelerated, and I think he just got the entire wave too. So I mean, this Viego is going right back to the bank with some hefty pockets. Really well played by LoL coach Danny.
Turbo shot
Yeah,
rockets.
LoL coach Danny showing why he has coach in his name. He's coaching, he's schooling his players right now. He has 2 kills, extremely accelerated. We have some action in the top lane. On his low mana.
I am the max.
Yeah, so right now with the Jinx, as I was saying, has a 8 CS lead, but I guess they didn't get a kill, so he negates that lead out. But so far, it's going pretty good for Team Black Bulls, I would say, given that their bot lane should have been a bit behind, but they're a bit somewhat even right about now.
Yeah, they are even. I'd consider this amount of even to be ahead because this is not their matchup at all. Jace is doing a lot of.
Jace is completely annihilating Lissandra at the moment. Viego is looking mid though. Okay, and Jace spots out
Just walks it off. Yeah.
Yeah. Viego's medium in a way. Sometimes, maybe as Viego, sometimes he gets low because of a bit. But Jace is going back in. Looking like he's going to be pushing out mid, and Lissandra is going to stay as well. And Jace is looking to recall. Decides not to try to poke out on the Lissandra again.
Yeah, I mean, Jace just has to make the safe and correct call. Lissandra does have level 6 now, so locking down the star of Arcane is definitely going to be a lot easier than just pressing Glacial Path and then freezing him to the ground. It's going to be quite scary for this Jace now. He needs to be on his P's and Q's. Looks like LoL coach Nani might have been trying to get a gank off in top lane, but seems that Convict is just playing it safe. I'm not sure if he knew that he was there, but he's just chilling.
Yeah, seems Convict is being very respectful, doing his job as the tank, just survive and farm up. And not necessarily the tank, but as a top laner. So as we see, they do have a disconnect right there. And of course.
Yeah, a bit more technical difficulties. Hopefully they'll get that sorted out really soon. But I really like the way how the Black Bulls are playing. I mean, we had discussed it already in draft that their bot lane is definitely not in a winning position from the draft. They need to be paying more attention towards that side just to avoid having Caitlyn run away with the game. They came down there, they blew all of the summoners for the side of Trini Esports, and they got 2 kills, traded 2 for 1. I think that's probably about as good a start as you could have hoped for, along with the fact that Deathstroke just kind of threw himself down in front of Alessandra's feet and gave his life over for some reason. So I think Black Bulls are definitely amounting a little lead as regards to tempo. The gold lead isn't huge, about like $500. So it's not huge, but it's definitely looking pretty good for the side of the Black Bulls so far in this early game.
Yeah, Black Bulls probably exactly where they want to be. in this game right now. The bot lane seeming rather stable at the moment, and the Ornn is just scaling up to the Sandra as a kill. So it's pretty chill. The game has been unpaused, and Weaver is back in the game. Caitlyn is pushing forward as we had predicted, but Braum James seems to be surviving pretty well so far.
Yeah, Braum and Jinx are chilling right now. They're just relaxing, catching farm. Somehow Jinx is 9 CS ahead, even though she's farming all of his under tower. I mean, that's so crazy. It's a real testament to the skill of this Jinx. But Wukong has invaded. Looks like the bot lane is roaming over to try and catch this monkey.
Yeah, he is, he gets put out and he backs off.
Smart decision.
There's a bit of a trade in the top lane, and with, I mean, top lane is doing top laner's thing, but this is like a fake fight. But something to note, Jace is building quite a CS lead on with Sandra. I'm not too sure why that happened. That much doesn't land the Q, but he takes about 80% of the Sandra's health. Sandra has to be pretty careful here. But he does have that ult to protect himself. Oh, Jace misses again. Had he landed, it would have been very different.
Yeah, it would have been very different. He would have been right back in base probably. So that was quite a lucky miss. But Jace is just piling on the pressure, and I think that's probably why it's been so difficult for Lissandra. I think once you get pushed and you force your opponent to last hit all of that stuff under tower, it becomes a lot more complicated to just execute well. But there's that mid jungle, there's that jungle support synergy.
Oh, Viego goes in onto Zol. Zol secures the dragon, but he falls. Viego is on the board with another kill. But Dragon was secured for Team Trini Esports. However, the Counting Black was I'm completely fine.
Yeah, that smite was fought by Zal. I was honestly sure he was going to miss that one, but really well played. I mean, that's about as good as it could have gone. Kill does go over onto the Jinx. The Jinx does get even more gold into her pocket in such a poor matchup. I think, you know, the Jinx is piloting out this about as well as she can. Seems to be a deep teleport into the mid lane. Jace is limping away.
And he's running away. Hopefully he can get the X. Oh, he's taking a greedy base. Jinx is chasing him down. Jinx, he used the ghost. Does he catch it? Does he catch him? Jinx spots him out. Misses the W. Gets the Q. Two more. Flash. One more. Jace is the flash. Oh, she gets it. He gets it. Okay, so Ace catches out that Jace right there. Really recall. He could have went for the execute. He chose the recall in the version 30 was good.
Yeah, that recall was insanely greedy, and he ended up flashing as well. So I think that was probably the worst of every possible outcome that could have been for Deathstroke, especially with the fact that Raspberry Tea is roaming now. And well, not at this very moment, but he started roaming now. He's trying to make moves on the map. Deathstroke is going to feel the repercussions of blowing his flash right there. He's going to know what this Raspberry Tea really is all about.
Yeah, especially as he's playing aggressive as he is. I don't think he's going to stop, so he will definitely be ganked soon as Rumble chunks out the Ornn with his ult. Eurosec has to be respectful. Wukong is already on the move, gets the flash, the ignite, blade dodges out on the E. Nice dive. So Ornn right there. Like we said earlier, although he's supposed to be playing safe, he still managed to pick up a nice kill on it. Which puts the Rumble
Yeah, I think Ornn played that about as well as he could have. I think Trini Esports put a lot of pressure on him to make some unforced errors, because I think you're that low, ignites dropped on you, you're kind of corralled into a corner under your tower. I don't think you bother even flashing, you're kind of cooked. So, you know, really well played by Convict and Sol. They're getting themselves back into the game. The goal lead is still basically nothing, and Jace is showing us why.
So let's man. Jace gets the Lissandra ult. Does he go for the Q? Lands the QW. Well played. Does he get out? He lives. Jace lives. Okay, so aggressive Jace struck. Only pull up a solo kill as lane, the bot lane of King Esports evades that gank, but destructive for kill.
Yeah, I mean they did get the flash off of the Caitlyn, so that was pretty good. I don't understand what happened to Viego there. Was he stunned or something? I thought he would have hit his abilities.
Shock rockets.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there after Caitlyn flashed out.
Courageous
But
Giga
Diego is
Guard.
looking for a return gank, which is pretty smart given that he gets doing the flash. He did that way too extended, gets the flash, gets the stun. Should be a kill for Black Bulls. Jinx gets the kill. Jinx is now further ahead. Jinx is as a farm lead and she's up in kills on the Caitlyn. Looking really good for the bottom from Black Bulls. But Team Trinity Esports definitely don't count them out as yet. They're still doing very well on mid lane and top side and top lane side.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, getting this Jinx fed kind of feeds into their game plan. I mean, the draft is the biggest carry in this game is going to be the Jinx. So getting this Jinx as far ahead as possible is going to be the best outcome for the side of the Black Bulls. So I think their game plan is their plans are going as accordingly.
Nutsman is playing way too aggressively. Although he's waiting for Viego, he brings the flash. Viego is onto the Jace. Jason will flash. Viego misses the ult. Should be able to chase him down though. Just does do a bit of damage. Jace again. Jace gets the 1v2, pulls off the kill, and he gets out. Destruction.
He is playing like a madman, but I think Viego outplayed himself. He used the Blade of the Ruined King, the Q, in the wrong direction, and at one point he had the Jace down to basically nothing, and then he just stabbed the air and it cost him his life. So, but Jace, I mean, all props to the Jace. He should have died there 100%, but really well played on the side of this destruction. He's putting on a clinic in the mid lane. Look at that CS lead.
Yeah, it's now a 40 CS lead, so Destruction playing it as well as he could. Like you said, Diego missed that Q, and he also missed his R. So really a big mistake on Diego's part. But Destruction also playing it as well as humanly possible, I would say. And he gets the kill and gets out. That has to sting the team on Black Bulls right there. Diego catches Seraphine out there. Seraphine caught out of position, face check into the Diego. Diego immediately bounces back. Destruction is getting that mid tower though. Oh, the Nutsman, way too aggressive. Not respecting that Jace damage at all. Destruction picks up another kill. Can't one get to him? I don't think so. As he runs away. Destruction is completely putting on, as you said, a clinic, a mid-domination masterclass. And he gets out alive again. Wow, what a performance from Destruction so far.
Yeah, Destruction he's getting away with everything, man. He took the mid tower, he dove the mid laner, he had Ornn right behind him, but he did not care. He just continued going forward, and then he just ran right out. Comes back mid lane, gets more CS. It's about 60 or about 50 CS up for this mid laner. Destruction is definitely becoming a problem.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again. Sandra he's not respecting the Jace damage, and he's also getting in range of his melee Q, so he can just Q on top of her, take out over about 50% of her HP at this point. She has no armor at this point, so he'll be one-shotting her even quicker now. And this matchup is becoming a huge problem at Jace picking up in the side lane. As the game continues, Sandra will not be able to match at all.
When darkness closes in, drill right through it.
Yeah. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, Ornn is losing about over 50%, 60% of his Rumble has been Leandry's completed, so it's a very tough time for Ornn as well. And he's going to punish. Ornn is TP not very smart, cancelled by the Wukong, cancelled by Zor, well played by Zor right there. And that top lane lead is beginning to snowball. Just of that one mistake Ornn, that one death, early on, that early death
Feel my
Ornn
fury with your
took him way
skin and
back.
face.
And now the lead is just expanding right now.
Yeah, the lead is getting kind of huge for the side of Trinity Esports. I mean, it's about a 2k gold lead. Nothing insurmountable. They definitely can catch back up, but and as we see, they are attempting to do so. Yeah, Conflict does have the flash. The flash comes through from Coach Nani.
Against the flash, don't flash hours. On the base, called out, the real way is not enough. So Finland, the defense of the level. But she's also out of position. He's always on standby. And he can't really keep backs out. Wow, so a bit of an overextension from the Team Trinity Esports. But Rumble did overextend and Team Black was manages to finish it.
Rumble definitely played that so greedy. Nutsman is kind of getting away with murder here. Oh my god!
Destruction! And he lives! No, he can't keep getting away with this. Destruction can't keep getting away with this.
Oh my god.
Can't keep getting away with this.
He lives on like 1 HP. This is insane, man. Someone needs to punish this guy. He's getting away with murder.
Someone stop this man. This man is on a... This man is putting on a masterclass this game, and Lissandra must be fuming right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the Nutsman played that about as well as he could have, but if he was like a little closer in levels, maybe the stats would have just lined up for him. He would have gotten a solo kill, but he was about 2 levels down, now 3. Destruction is just beating him with his wallet and his the XP difference, so it's quite difficult to get that 1v1. But we did see a little glimpse of what might be possible for the Black Bulls in future fights. Once they can get some CC onto this Jace, he's just a sitting duck, so he still needs to be careful.
As he goes on to Viego backs out. Yeah, so this, although he's very ahead, he is very squishy. You did see like Lissandra almost herself killing herself. He has no, apart from the mercs, he's full damage. So later into the game, if he gets caught by Honor or Lissandra or Viego or something, he can fall very quickly, and the game situation will change very quickly, I'd say. So he does need to be very careful how he plays.
Yeah, I completely agree. He does need to be very careful. He seems to be one of the stronger win conditions for the side of Trinity Esports. So once if he's able to survive these fights and get his damage and combos off, especially onto that Jinx, it's going to be really good for Trinity Esports. But if this Jinx can really work with all of the peel that is provided for her, she has that Braum shield that has been blocking these Seraphine ultimates. It looks like we might be able to see all of that get into action right here at this Dragon fight.
Yeah, so Team Trinity Esports is starting up the Drake. Diego lands his turn. Destruction, he falls, just instantly falls. Diego though gets a reset, he's getting the resets. All breaks down, he's completely popping up this fight. Rumble though is putting in work as well. Bit of a chaotic fight. Wukong seems to have escaped on the other side. And yeah, so Team Black Bulls actually managed to pull this one out. They definitely needed break, I'd say. They managed to stay alive so far, but Chase instantly fell in this fight. It looks like it might be a hard game for him.
Yeah, I mean, he probably suffered from a lot of what we were discussing moments before the fight transpired. He got dealt with by the amount of peel that is there for this Jinx. Jinx basically remained untouched for the entirety of that fight, and a fat obese Jinx like this in the backline just free firing with those big old items. I mean, it's going to be a serious problem for Trinity Esports. They need to find an answer for this Jinx, and they need one fast.
Yes, Jinx just will only continue to get stronger as the game progresses, and she has the horn to upgrade the items and provide even more peel later on, even though the horn is behind. The way that champion's skill is always going to be very strong. And Viego as well, we cannot overlook the Viego. He definitely got some resets that fight, which definitely changed the tide of that fight. There were a couple of key resets towards the end, which pretty much sealed the fight for the favor of Black Bulls. So well played to Coach Danny as well.
Yeah, true. Coach Danny was tearing up that back line, so I mean we got to give props to him. The Viego, he played the Viego pretty masterfully around that back line. I mean a fed Viego and a fed Jinx, not what you want to see. I think Jace is
very disrespectfully into Ornn. If Ornn landed that out, he might have been at risk of death, honestly. But gets away with it again, as he's been getting away with a lot of stuff this game, destruction.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is biting off a bit more than he can chew, trying to take on the Forge God, but I guess he learned his lesson, he dodged out, and he's able to just get back home. But I see both teams are sort of setting up vision around that Baron. It's in favor of the Black Bulls right now, and I definitely think that is the next objective to take to bust this game wide open.
Yes, the team that does get this Baron will massively snowball from that point onward. And we have the Viego and we have the Jinx. So far, going pretty well. And the team of the Trinity Esports sitting still very well as they are starting up the Baron.
Vision too.
Interesting call, and Viego is tanking.
No control, right? What's going on?
Coach Danny instantly falls. This is a nightmare for Team Black Bulls. Jace completely collapsed off the back line. The Jinx, so this gets the triple. Lissandra burns the out. Rumble just has to back out. Oh, Rumble does fall. Does Wukong clean up? Lissandra put it on the God! Ender. He gets two. But well played to Lissandra towards the end. Team Trinity Esports didn't respect the Lissandra at the end there, and she manages to pick up two. So at least they don't lose everything.
Yeah, that was about as well played as Lissandra could have hoped for, but I do think that, yeah, that call doing the Baron on the ward was insanely greedy. I think trying to get it in the split second, correct play. I think getting it without being 100% sure that you have secured vision over the thing, incorrect play. And I think that definitely ended up costing them. Only one person lived with the Baron now, and I guess Ornn is getting as much value as he can. Gets the outer bot tower. Hopefully they'll be able to get more.
Yeah, and it was a very late response from Team Trinity Esports. A very late TP came in from the Rumble, I think. So they did manage to secure the Baron. There was a late response from Wukong as well. I think an earlier response could have been worse for Team Black Bulls, but they managed to get the Baron. One thing I'd like to point out was Viego was kind of very out of position, I would say, because he was tanking the Baron, and then towards the end he just completely put himself in a vulnerable spot to just lose all his health. So maybe he should have at least backed off the rift and tried to secure the smite from a safer spot. Could have changed the
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was quite the Hail Mary play, which wasn't completely necessary, but we do see them get a lot of value out of it so far. 2 towers down. Hopefully they'll be able to take down that top ultra. They are not sieging this next one, so you know they need to make as good a use out of this Baron as soon as they possibly can before it runs out.
So far, they push them away from the mid lane, which is surprising.
It will be the third Drake. A soul point.
Viego gets a reset. Let's see, Viego is pushed down, he's in there. It's another reset. Viego is popping off, and Jinx is excited. Oh, it's a nightmare for Trinity Esports. Jinx has that
fury
very
with your
good
skin and face.
Can they chase down more? Viego is looking. He flashes and misses though. Unfortunate some touchdown right there. But yeah, so pretty good for Team Black Bulls. Pretty beautiful for them right now. They managed to pick up 3.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful for them. I honestly thought that fight would have completely gone in the favor of Trini Esports, especially after Rumble laid out that red carpet for them. I thought that yeah, this fight is totally over, but Wukong went in a bit too deep. So much peel for the Jinx. Enabled Jinx to just continue to just refire on the Wukong. But a huge thing that I think probably a lot of people might have missed was how valuable the door was for Braum, the freaking unbreakable. He blocked so many things during that fight before he died, especially the Seraphine ultimate. He's basically nullifying the heck out of that champ, and that kind of really is helping Jinx get a lot more freedom. You are like you are not going to kill this this insane maniac ADC girl without trading at least 2 people for it. And I think that's going to be a serious problem for Trini Esports.
Yeah, I mean, extremely great value from the Braum, you know. That's just the power of that champion, Jinx Braum. We spoke about that being a competitive duo, so definitely a duo to be feared, Jinx Braum. And one thing I'd like to point out in that last fight, I'm not sure the side of the Trini Esports, they don't have much peel, it appears, because Viego just seems to be getting a bunch of resets. He's getting easy access to their back line somehow and getting these resets. So I'm not sure Wukong might need to hold his R just for the Viego and just play reactively rather than aggressively, because Viego is just getting these resets like it's nothing, and it's completely changing the
Turbo shock rockets.
Yeah, you're potentially right. Maybe they'll just have to look to play this. Trini Esports might have to start playing these fights front to back instead of just trying to dive onto the Jinx, because they are not having that's not working out for them. Jinx just has way too much peel and CC. I mean, the Lissandra and the Braum and even the Viego as well, they're doing their absolute best to protect the president. Ace 360 seal, he's just living through the entirety of these fights. The only other option is maybe if they get a good flank angle, but I mean, easier said than done, right?
Extremely easier said than done. If they could get an angle then that would be amazing, but so far Jinx has been positioning quite well, so that would be quite a task to pull off. Wukong right there. Wukong gets caught. Beautiful drama. Oh, Viego gets a reset. Let's go to the back line. Gets another Caitlyn going shot. Viego is on this. Going into the Seraphine. He's on the fast with the Seraphine, so Viego gets the triple. And yeah, I mean, Braum picks up the Wukong at right there. This leads to the snowball for Viego to the top.
Yeah, I mean, the Braum with the big value in this game. All Seraphine ultimates are basically useless because of the unbreakable, and it just allows everybody to just jump right into that backline. Viego is just dancing around in Caitlyn's face for free. Nobody's doing anything about it. It's quite unfortunate. Plus, we're seeing the Jace pick lose a lot of steam right now. Lissandra's ability to just lock down targets is just so much more valuable, and it really does show. I think they're trying to get onto Lissandra.
This could be big. This Baron is on the map.
Yeah, this pick might be yo.
He gets one shot. And that's huge pick for Team Trini Esports. The Baron is on the map. There are pings from the Black Rose onto the Drake right there. However, Team Trini Esports are rushing on this Baron. Baron will be secured by Team Trini Esports, and Team Black Rose are on this Drake. So a bit of a trade-off in the objective.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as good as it could have gone for Trini Esports. They get a really good pick. Lissandra pick recalled on a ward, didn't know, and they ended up paying the ultimate price for it. But it does end up costing Trini the potential at stopping this soul. This is what is it? Hextech Soul. It's gonna be pretty good on the Jinx. It's gonna be pretty good on the Lissandra. Gonna be excellent on the Viego. So even though they did get Baron, the game didn't necessarily get easier.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely did not get easier at all. Destruction one-shots Lissandra. I don't even have words to explain what I just witnessed. Lissandra thought she had him. Destruction just completely whipped out a million damage from his back pocket. I guess she instantly falls. Destruction has been pretty mind-boggling this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying the Jace pick was falling off, but I guess I have to eat my words now. That damage was insane. Lissandra was pretty close, but he just did his full combo and she just disappeared. Wasn't even able to pop the Guardian Angel, and Jace is just just getting as much value as possible from this Baron play, trying to close the gap that was created by that gold lead. About 1k difference, well, $500 difference.
Yeah, I mean, Destruction, I mean, showing his build a little differently right now. He has fallen off in the team fights, but in the side game, he still has immense
Audacious
value.
bravery shield.
Sandra is just unable to match him. Look now, they sent the form. Releasing pressure off that Sandra, but in the side, he's definitely a massive threat.
Yeah, he totally is. I did not expect him to I did not expect him to be so powerful just the same. But as you said, it's all about him trying to get these picks in these side lanes. Once he can, I mean, he'll provide as much value as possible. But it's gonna be much more difficult in these team fights. But the fact that he does have the GA, he gets more staying power in these fights. So you'd assume that he'll be able to perform better. I guess once the next objective comes up, which will be either that Elder or that Baron, we'll get to see how that comes up really work for Destruction.
Yeah, but you can see since he's got the GA, he's playing much more aggressively now. He's not a lot of damage right now. He has full confidence in the GA. So yeah, he has gained some relevance. Still have to make sure he's not too overconfident yet. He is looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, he definitely does have to be careful. Just the same, even if you don't want to waste the GA, but he does have more agency to be super aggressive. And they are laying on the pressure. Big amount of mid lane.
Gets one shot from the Arnold. He wasn't expecting it. He didn't react out in time. And the chase put combined with the long range Arnold completely wipes out the Sandra. And we're starting to see the value of his chase later in the game. The moment he said he was falling this was looking pretty formidable. Jace falls, he has the GA, he's in the life. Jinx is trying to get up a little bit of damage. Diego uses the shield bow, has to back out. This was receiving a mid tower down. I mean, the moment you said Jace was falling off, it's like he just started dealing so much damage out of nowhere and managed to get that December pick. And managed to take down enemy turrets and even.
Yeah, Jace is snowballing. I mean, I guess I probably caster cursed Black Bulls. It's like I buffed the Jace damage. You know they are 2 inhibs down, and Jace is just getting fatter and fatter right now. He's full build, probably going to buy an elixir and do even more damage. So it's gonna be quite a difficult game. So for the side of the Black Bulls, but I do think they're still fine. It's still an even goal lead. They are down 2 inhibs, but I don't think that's the end of the world by any means. I think they are still able to just farm up those super minions and wait for the next objective. Baron and Elder are up in about a minute, and I think that's definitely going to be where the game is going to be decided.
Yes, I completely agree. Baron or Elder. Or could get some kind of Jace crazy backdoor, given that we have supers pushing in both lanes. So, but yeah, during that Baron or Elder, we will see the action go down. I can't wait to see what happens then.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to it. I do think both of these teams will go for a Hail Mary for these fights. I think I think I noticed in the last fight is that Seraphine is sort of waiting until the Braum Unbreakable has been used before she uses her ultimate. So I think that trade-off right there will be probably one of the most important set of cooldowns that will win that fight, whether the Braum. It's gonna be the ultimate game of chicken. Whoever uses the next thing first is the one who loses. So we will definitely see how that next fight pans out, and I think I wouldn't say the entirety of it is in the hands of the supports, but I do think they make up for a huge chunk of what happens next.
Yes, so take a look at their base. Take a look at the base of the team Black Bulls. Look at two waves supers are moving into the base. Looking for the ult.
They need to
Jace
pull the
switched out.
trigger.
Look at their base. Look at the supers. Just Jace has TP, right? And that's a risk right now. Let's see what they.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, Jace gets caught. Jace gets caught. Gets caught out by the Lissandra. Destruction. I mean, he wasn't paying attention. Oh, a TP coming in from Lissandra to defend the base. Team Trinity Esports, they seem to be retreating without the Jace. I mean, probably the best baller. They're pretty weak without Jace right now. Oh, destruction.
They are pretty scared. The red carpet is laid out. Look how they're trying to contest.
There goes the kills the head. Oh, Trinity Esports. So if he tries to win the Jinx gonna slow there. Destruction. Why did your luck have to run out this time?
He got pretty unlucky. I mean, Lissandra just flashed on him and dropped the ult right in his head, and Team Black Bulls are pushing in towards the base. 10 seconds on destruction, but Team Black Bulls does have the Elder Drake. The call of the Force God goes down. The Rumble limps away. They are trying to get this tower with no minions. These guys are serious.
After me, Jace is up with that That's how it ends. Lissandra, the Black Bulls. The Black Bulls managed to get the W over the Trini Esports. I mean, in the end, Lissandra managed to catch out Jace right there, and that decided the game. All throughout the game, we've seen Lissandra going up against Jace. The Nutsman gets the upper hand at the end with the moment that it mattered most.
Yeah, I mean, Nutsman really clutched it up in the end. You know, he lost lane and he won game with a pivotal ultimate on the side of the Black Bulls. I think that was definitely the game-winning ultimate for sure, and it enabled them to secure the Elder Drake and move into ending the game. So really well played by both teams. It was a really back and forth game, but I'm really pleased to see like this high quality level of gameplay in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, Zufu, I'm also very impressed with that level of play. It's just pointing out what I'm seeing. You know, the Coach Danny, an amazing performance on that Viego, 13-2 and 8. I would say that was a carry performance along with the Jinx. And we cannot forget the clash between these two mid laners, the Nutsman and Destruction. They were at it all game. I mean, the Nutsman got the upper hand at the end right there. But hats off to Destruction. He really kept the Trinity Esports in this game. He really tried his best, even when they were falling off. He was making a lot of proactive plays, which kept them in the game. Or for him, he fell at the end. But yeah, and at this point, though, we'd just like to shout out our sponsors one more time. It would not be possible without them. So I'm just gonna shout out just one more second. Revel Esports Hub. Once again, looking for your next tournament, your next team, your next challenge? Level up your competitive experience with Revel Esports Hub, the home for tournaments, community competition, and non-stop esports action. Whether you're grinding ranked, entering brackets, or building your name in the scene, Revel gives players a place to compete and connect. Discover tournaments, compete against the best challengers, join a growing esports community. No matter your game, your next match starts right here with Revel Esports Hub. Get in the game today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we also have to have a huge shout out to Inferno. You got to enter the Inferno, the biggest fighting game event in the Bahamas, returns to the Fusion Superplex for a weekend of high stakes competition, unforgettable moments, non-stop hype on July 17th and 18th with a humongous prize pool of $5,000. Pool $5,000 from main stage battles on the big screen to side events, open play, and community action. Sign up now and survive the Inferno. A huge shout out to both of our sponsors, Revel and the Inferno. And we are about to go to a short break, but don't leave us, we'll have some more matches coming up next.
Get on with it.
Good.
Let's play some Street Fighter 6.
Oh my gosh,
Nice
I-
jump out of the throw. He was
reactions! The reactions on this man.
man.
I'm expecting the counter assist like you stated.
Gonna be a bit harder for Kaji to get in. Side B, off the top, the next taunt.
Lucius is just keeping the pressure going. There is no more.
Gonna cash in on that combo.
He's coming with that, and I
Have a
think this
reason
is
to
gonna
let
be
up.
a hit. Blocked off three at the same time. Can he get the CS?
This a tournament or what?
Yes. Yes.
Inferno tree. But until we see you guys again, stay golden.
Y'all be good. See y'all later.
Is it safe to talk? Alright, so
All right, everybody, welcome back to day 2 of the Conch Cup. Hope everybody has been enjoying it thus far. I am one of the commentators today, round 1 loser, Kiyomari, Gold Scrub commentator, and with me we have today
is Vano. It's definitely hot in my room.
And of course, also a fellow round 1 loser. So we've seen the games today. The games have been absolutely insane. We've seen civil war between the 2 Trinity teams, and we've seen the 2 Titans go at it in a very fierce battle. Unfortunately, the Kings remain on their throne, sitting at the top of the Caribbean Olympus, boy. So Trev, what do you expect out of today's games? Now, mind you, this set is winners finals, which will be a best of 3 with a little twist. If you're familiar with LCS, there is something called Fearless. In the Fearless format, teams are only allowed to pick a champion once for the series, but this is soft Fearless, where we will have teams pick a champion 1 time per team. An example would be, if Kennel decides that they are going to pick Jarvan for this match, they won't be allowed to play Jarvan the next match. However, Black Bulls would be able to run Jarvan. So Trev, what do you expect out of this match?
I can't really say because both teams looking very strong. Black Bulls definitely came kicking in, even though that last game was very interesting because that Jace was very aggressive, like, but they made the comeback.
I mean, Jace really was putting in a lot of work.
Oh yes,
in that team, like,
yes,
absolutely, it's crazy, man. Now, I'm not a Jace player. However, I've been on the receiving end of being absolutely decimated by any sort of Jace that would step on the rift, way, especially if they were to go Psycho. What's the Psycho Sword? That's the item name?
Yes, the new broken item for lethality builds. Yes, definitely Cycle Sword.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yep. Even though you said Jace usually kicks out butt, usually not very aggressive level 1, so that definitely was surprising. Even though he died, he still was trying to get in there.
Well, unfortunately, as much as Jace was killing it,
but at last, just couldn't finish the game. Black Bulls just...
Now, we are very intimately familiar with Black Bulls, considering they were the ones that... Go ahead, Trev. What happened?
Unfortunately, due to circumstances that happened, they defeated the Pride, which is why we and you are both losers today, and we cannot,
Is that why we're currently sitting on the commentator seat and not actively playing in the game right now?
Yes, yes, it is. It definitely is. They definitely did do a very good job in punishing mistakes. I can't stand that.
I will say, The Nutsman on his brand is absolutely crazy. Actually puts a hurting on anybody he steps to. I do like the aggression that Black Bulls exhibit in their games. However, Kaiser's Kennel has been top dogs for a reason. And anything that you throw at them, they will definitely dish back tenfold. Now, lotioning aside, we have to respect skill, because that's what skill is. And the results speak for themselves.
Indeed.
You don't have to sit here and say, oh, well, you know, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. We've seen it. The audience has seen it, we've seen it.
Yes. Time and time again, even when they've banned this man Champ. Main Champ, by the way, over and over again, he just continues to perform no matter what he plays in the mid lane. So, do you think, even though this is a fairless draft, do you think they're gonna ban the Fury, or they're gonna keep it so that he picks it so you wouldn't get it in the next game, so it could lock more of his roster?
Well, as an average league player, it goes with my nature. Whenever I see someone excel on a champion to that degree, why in Great's name that I would go about to allow the man to touch the champion that he's so proficient with? Absolutely not.
But it could increase their chances of winning the next game. And the
That
game
is-
after that, if they possibly win.
All
All right, it seems that the matches are happening now, everybody. I hope you are ready to witness this very great game that's about to start.
All right. So now that we are in the first bond phase, do you have any predictions on what are some potential binds coming out of both teams?
It's either going to be a brand ban or maybe something else, but it's definitely going to be a Nefiri ban. There's no way that man is getting that champion.
I mean, why would you? He's challenging Nefiri. Actually, best Nefiri NA. Can't
The
stress
whole-
this enough.
When you say North America, do you mean the whole North America?
I am talking the whole North America.
Fear
Oh,
is the
there we
first
go.
of
We got
many.
the Garrett bond.
Ooh. Then here it is! Do not
and
let this
gentlemen.
man touch that champion, please!
Absolutely not. I wouldn't. Why would you?
Ah, come on.
Nope.
What's the worst that could happen?
There's the Jinx ban. We've been seeing that all day today. Fiddlesticks.
Another Kaiser bond.
Yes, sir.
Literally. Now, we all familiar with the Jinx, considering it was the very same Jinx that tore us up something real fierce. So you know what? Completely understandable. And this is coming from a personal standpoint.
Yes. I've never seen my towers went down so fast before in my life.
And of course, we have Coach
Diego ban.
Danny's, don't forget. Coach Danny went 12-2 last game.
Very performative gameplay with that Diego. Kali, another ban towards Ravi.
Alright, so now that the ban phase is done, let's see what type of champions that they'll concoct for this match. Now, they have to be real careful with whatever composition that they decide to go with for this particular round. Because again, it may be very successful this round, but unfortunately, that team will not have access to that champion for the next game.
Sir. And Ashe is one of the best utility ADCs / carries in the game, but they're picking it first.
I mean, I think it's a good first pick. You'd be able to, you can kite. Like you say, she has a lot of utility. She grants massive vision. She has great engage coming in from her ultimate.
Yes.
Potential shred if the itemization is correct. I think it works. It's a
Definitely,
great
100%. Yes, yes. Now they picked Yunara. That's the first time I see Yunara being picked in this tournament. Now, Kyo, do you know anything about Yunara? Do you know what she does?
Absolutely not. Outside that, she throws a bunch of spherical objects in my face.
Yes, and you know what that does? That hurts. very much hurts. And other than that, I don't know what else she does other than go Super Saiyan and do a Kamehameha blast. That's about it. Now, Seraphine is a good pair pick with Ash because you could proc into a root with just one of the skill shots from Seraphine.
I mean, she
Just
is
by
a
auto
very
attacking with Ash.
She is a very annoying support to have to deal with early, and she just synergizes so well with the amount of CC that Ashes already provides. Slow, a stun, and on top of that, you have a Nunu to follow up on.
Yes, this team's looking quite frosty. Xin Zhao, what?
Alright. Now, for anyone that's wondering, considering, the visual overlay, Team 1 is Kaiser's Kennel, and Team 2 is Black Bolts. Just to clear up any confusion for anybody that might be wondering which team is who.
Come on,
Now, you cannot be confused. Ooh, Olaf ban, another Kaiser, or possibly top lane ban. Olaf is definitely a flex pick. Pretty good ban if you ask me.
Now, I will say though, even though they do have massive amounts of engage coming from Kaisers with the Ash and the Seraphine, they do have a Xin Zhao.
Yes.
Xin Zhao does offer a decent amount of disengage in the event that anything starts to go south really fast.
Or he does a lot of engaging if things goes north.
You really thinking about going north? Okay. You know what? Fair enough. And you have a Lulu backing up in case things get too dire.
Yes, sir. The Lulu ult, the polymorph, the shields, the speeds, everything. Lulu's just a great support to have, especially with Yunara. That's very paired well.
Considering you just told me that she does a whole lot of damage, and I guess you are correct. She does do a whole lot of damage. Now,
yes, sir.
What formula will Kaiser come up to counteract everything that's happening? And we have an Orin ban. Orin has been seeing so much, not only in winners, but also in losers. I think Orin has been the most played tank that I've seen this tournament so far. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
I would have to agree with you on that. Ooh, here's the Oriana pick. Very nice with the Xin Zhao since he has engaged Ash.
Okay, so we all know that Ravi is very proficient with a lot of champions. Now, Oriana is one of those champions.
Yes.
So, despite him using Cog Mode this one, he has access to Oriana for the next one. He might use the Aurora. We've seen how nasty his Aurora can be in past games. Or maybe, just maybe, teams actually allow his Neferi through?
You think so?
Absolutely not.
I wouldn't.
He's a monster. Unacceptable.
Very much so. I like playing the video game.
And speaking of monsters, we have Kosi on Renekton.
Ooh, a very impressive lane bully. Who is he going to pick into that? Considering that the Ornn and the Scion is both banned.
And don't forget, Renekton's Empowered W break shields. And we have how many shields coming out of Black Bull? We have Lulu. And
one.
We have Oriana.
That's two. Who is a hand? Nope, that remains two.
Alright. You can correct me if I'm wrong, so to make sure to get everything right. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Alright. So, based on the composition that has been provided for us, predictions going into the match, what you got for me?
Ooh. As someone who's been playing this league for a whole of 2 days for the past week, I would say For the mid lane, it might be looking up to the Black Bulls to punish Ravy on an immobile champ, seeing as level 6. Kog'Maw does have a lot of range, but he doesn't have any escapes. If you blow the Ghost and the Flash, that means Xin Zhao could just come into lane from half screen, pull up on you, Oriana, just press E, that's it. So, let's see. And I don't think they could win the 2v2 if Nunu decides to counter gank. So I think this might be a good matchup mid lane and jungle for Black Bulls. However, I've never seen a Renekton fight as a hen, so I can't say too much on that one. Bot lane, however, yeah, that's the same thing as top lane, bro. I'm sorry.
All right. Those are predictions from our professional analysts. We are now beginning the game.
Professional, yes.
All right. So, normally we would have teams just trying to set up vision for their junglers. So not only one acts as the defensive ward, but also gives information of where the enemy jungler might start.
Now, last time I saw this, I saw Ravy blue Ghost immediately, but it looks like he's taking a different approach to this. Oriana's at the Raptors. Ooh! That's how you learn from your mistakes, folks.
All right. They're trying to relay information to the team, make sure everybody's getting in position to know who's going what. And of course, we have a little poke coming out in the mid lane.
Yep, standing there, just establishing dominance after the Arcane Comet drop.
All right. So looking at the lane state, just say from just an early game perspective, what would you say if you were the jungler in this case, the priority lane?
I would say my priority would definitely come from mid lane, depending on how it goes. I'm definitely thinking it's Oriana favored with the Xin Zhao ganks. Bot lane, however, it's looking like bot lane might have the advantage here.
Well, I mean,
top lane pushed in. That could be a possible gank for the next rotation if it keeps going like that.
I mean, Lulu does have a lot of things in her arsenal to really empower an ADC just to propel forward, while Seraphine can also just stop it in her tracks.
Yes, sir, that she can. So really, you have to catch Seraphine well out of position to get that gank in. Here comes Ravy acting very aggressive.
All right. So right now, all of the junglers it's a standard clear, going for a full clear into potential gank. Now they are going the same direction from top to bottom. There might be a fight coming in through Scuttlebug or potential gank bottom. However, the lane state at the bottom dictates that it is more in favor of a gank from Xin Zhao. Boom. Little bit of harassment coming out of Ravy. Massive aggression trying to punish the Nutmon.
Then they'll get into the Scuttle crowd first. Lulu placing wards in case the Nunu comes. He's coming for the snowball.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
This is a fight for Scuttle.
Ravy with the prio. Can't walk up, but he's on top to Oriana. Ball lane just coming in to desperately save their jungle. Nunu flashes. Hard committing onto the Nunu, but doesn't seem to make it. A little bit of miscommunication, I believe, from Black Bulls. They have the flash out. Aggressive flash from Seraphine. Could this make another kill? Another kill goes to Heisel Kennel. Could this be a third one? Potentially a 1. 3 for none. Suspense. A 2 for none.
Absolutely not. Now I love the aggression. This is my type of game right here, where everybody is just on one accord. It's like, hey, this is happening over here. You have to punish it. And one thing about Black Bulls, which again, speaking from experience, they are going to punish when you misstep. No questions asked.
Yes, sir. Moments are never missed. This could
Okay.
be a potential tower dive top lane. Nope, doesn't look like it. What do you think, Keo? From a jungler's perspective, would you look top lane or would you look mid lane currently?
Well, right now,
Or just
I would
continue
consider that, given hands down, let's say Ravy hands down best player on the team, I would play for my Cogmore, considering his performance in the last game where he absolutely decimated. We all saw the damage coming from Cogmore.
Oh! Oh! And that's the kill going to Cozy. Here comes the counter gank. But can Hero Senki turn this around with Sahin's passive? That's gonna be a no, gentlemen and ladies, because he can't get it in time. And that goes for a double kill to Cozy.
And both junglers just find themselves in the same spot.
It jump stop. This is a solo kill. Yes, it is.
Very well played by the Nutsman with his spacing. Maybe Ravy just got a little too aggressive, but again, we go right back to the whole punishing bit. Can't take these players lightly.
No, sir, you cannot. Here comes Seraphine playing very aggressive.
I really like the way the
coming in.
junglers have been moving. They always meet wherever they're clearing, and you can tell if they're clear, they're practically in sync at this moment. And what that makes is this non-stop brawl.
Yes, indeed there is a non-stop brawl, but unfortunately for Black Bulls, they have been getting the short end of the stick every ball they've had.
But I mean, everybody loves a good punch out. Wouldn't you rather just a nice big old punch out in the river over Dragon?
Yes, Dragon, Scuttle Crab, Void Grubs, I want punch over everything.
Speaking of punch out, we have Sahin just Hero Senki just straight punching out with Cozy.
And meanwhile, while they punching out the top lane, you have a poke out in the mid lane. Ravy is definitely winning. And a little slap fest down on bot lane, Yanara dodging for her life. Lulu trying to retaliate, but will she get punished for this? Yes, she will. Kill going to forward on Ashe ADC. 2-0, utility and technical carry. This is going to be wrong. Here comes a tower dive into Sahin. Looks like they got the flash.
Again, we go right back to the whole utility coming out of both Ashe and Seraphine. Seraphine absolutely outranges Lulu in every capacity. So Seraphine just has everything in her arsenal to just allow perfect setups for Ashe to just get in. And of course, we all know that Ravy don't let things go for free.
No, sir. Price tag for everything, buddy.
But yeah, so she could just set up for Ashe, and once Ashe is on you, she doesn't let you go.
Nope, especially if she hits that skill shot. Do you know what's the fun thing about Seraphine and Ashe with Seraphine's skill shot? I believe it's her E. Yes, even if you didn't ask or care. But here comes another fight top lane with the engage with the ignite. Will he die for the last tick? No, he will just make it up with a slither of health. But speaking of Seraphine, so Seraphine's skill shot, the one where she shoots it, you know, going to the forward. So the first hit slows you, but the second hit, it roots you.
Right.
But if you are already slowed, the first hit will root you, and if the second hit hits you, you will just get stunned, which is pretty good with Ashe because her auto attacks initially is a slow, which works really well. Yes, yes. Which, you know, follows up with an Ashe ult and a Seraphine ult. You think you're moving after that?
Absolutely not.
No, sir. But here comes another aggression play. And here comes the Ashe ult. There's a flash. Oh! Oh! Oh, I know he is clenched. That man is clenched.
Forward was really looking to get something on the Nutsman, but the Nutsman, like you say, he had the reaction.
Yes, it was nuts. Here comes the gank. This bot lane has been aggressive for far too long. Here comes the Orianna combo. The nice ult with the prediction of the flash, but there comes the charm. It doesn't anything. 4 ults, I believe, for 1, which they got a kill, but I don't think that's going to do any justice. Actually, no, they get Dragon off of this as a return for losing Void Grubs, I believe. Ravy just pushing out mid lane, just chilling.
We have a massive goal lead in favor of Kaiser's Kennel. Now, we've seen what Kaiser's can do with goal leads, and typically, they usually start to snowball uncontrollably once they start to get there.
Pretty much so. They do have wonderful skills. Cogmo, definitely. You saw what happened last game. Here comes another fight. There's ult. Regret pulling him in. Fortunately, he gets to pull out.
It seems like there's just a serious discrepancy in the top lane, and it makes it very.
Here comes the gang, tries to sidestep it. But another kill goes to Ravy.
A TP coming out of Hero's Thinking.
Trying to catch that wave. Ooh.
But yeah, it's a very large discrepancy in terms of CS in the top lane. It's going to have a very lasting effect on Senki if he can somehow pull himself out of his rut. Especially considering that Cozy has been just on the aggressive side non-stop.
Here comes the root into the Nunu gank. Yunara ult, trying to desperately get a kill before Nunu gets a kill onto Nunu. Nunu ult. Here comes the Nunu ult. Ashe is right behind him. It's gonna look like a 2 for 2. Sorry, 2 for 1.
Kaiser's just always in the right spot.
Yes, yes he is. And Ravy just pushing in mid lane as Black Bulls' mid laner desperately tries to help their bot lane, but doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Comes back and just gets a whole face of puke. Q, I have a question. As a jungler, or a top laner, do you think you
Oh, 1000%. Especially considering he doesn't have passive, he has Ignite. My top lane is very strong. Like, expeditiously so. He has a massive goal lead. There's no reason to.
Yes, you agree. I agree as well. So, even though he's getting the Nair deaths and the tower dive, he's still living, still getting that minion XP. But every time he gets tower dive, it's closer to death. But he has to recall and potentially miss another wave, putting him further behind, even though he doesn't die.
And Kaiser is inexplicably just straight dominating right now. They have full control of the map. Everything's pushed up.
Yes.
If an objective would have spawned right now, albeit Dragon, anything else,
yes,
they would have to actually just concede either the CS from the constant pushing or concede the objective. But everything right now is just, again, it's just, this is what snowballing looks like in League of Legends.
It does. Here comes a gank, potentially polymorph from the Lulu. Xin Zhao looking for something. Coach Danny forced to become a ward clearer as he potentially head back into the jungle. He's waiting. He's waiting. He sees. He's going. Yunara coming in with the quick E. The flash knockup. But here comes the charm, the flash to escape the Xin Zhao. To Lulu out to get the knockup. Here comes the kill. Would there be a second one? Yes, there is. And Renekton coming back to get the kill onto Yunara. Will he get it on Hello Coach Danny? No, he will, but there's a fight mid lane. Orianna uses all to protect herself, but can she dodge all the pokes Ravi is shooting from 1,000 miles away? Meanwhile, Renekton, Cozy is still trying to look for kills underneath their tower. And Kaiser just counter jungling whilst everything is happening. This is very awkward. Will he wait for him in the bush? Here comes Saul. No special.
Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an empire.
Here comes the kill for Ravi. Yes, fortunately, as a joke that cannot be made on stream currently, this Nunu is very much killing you.
It's a straight pandemonium. The fights don't stop. You look, another fight.
It doesn't. Just punish after punish. This is snowballing out of control. Tower from top is getting taken. You're getting 2v1s by 2 range as a hand. That is very tilting.
You do realize this is...
Here comes the push Wookie! The polymorph!
This is 12 kills in 15 minutes.
Boy, that's almost a kill a minute. This is just being a brawl.
I remember what I said about the lanes, the current lane state. Kaiser has everything pushed up. They are dominant in almost every single lane.
Yes, sir,
Black
they
Bolt
are.
cannot. They either concede the CS or they concede the objective. There's no answer.
The only way is if they catch Kaiser Kennel slacking with a possible Orianna Wombo combo. Nunu, Kaiser looking for Orianna. Unfortunately, he gets juked out by the vision on a side brush.
They just went off. They're just looking for every opportunity to engage a fight. And so far, each fight has been favorable for them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Punishing Black Bulls every turn they make. They're there. It's like someone that haunts your dreams. Every step you make, I will be there.
And right now, Ravi in the bot lane by himself. Now, normally, you see an ADC by itself, you can think, oh, free food. Wait, nice little buffet for me. That's not what's happening. Because the amount of wards that have been placed just for his safety, he could smell them coming from base.
Yep, it's absolutely insane. And as an assassin player who's had to dealt with this, at some point during the game, you start to develop schizophrenia because you might never know who's around the corner.
But it looks like it doesn't even matter considering Coach Dad.
Ravi team's getting catch out, yo. Ghost, will he be able to catch? Ooh, desperately diving for it. 2 ults. Nice, the shutdown going to LOL Coach Danny. There's a fight top lane. Ooh, there's not a catch. Could this be what Black Bulls is looking for? Oh, unfortunately, you can only look for Ravi and maybe potentially get bot tower, but Renekton is going down. Looks like he will be able to stop it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to League of Legends Fight Club with your hosts, Kaiser's Kennel and Black Bulls, where there's just non-stop fists, non-stop kicks, and straight head bogging all day, every day.
Every day.
18 minutes of straight knuckling down. Why couldn't I get this?
You know, sometimes when you do a thing with the thing for the thing and the thing doesn't work, so you gotta do a different thing, but that different thing doesn't work.
That's a lot of things that you mentioned, and none of them make sense. I'm gonna need you to clarify what these things are, young man.
Yeah. You wanna know why none of them make sense? Because none of them work. If it ain't working, it don't make sense. That's unfortunately why it didn't happen. And that's the best explanation I could give you, sir.
Unfortunately, a lot of the sense that has not been made don't translate to goal because the goal lead is continually just continuing to climb. There's a 7.2k goal lead in favor of Kaiser's Kennel.
My goodness. My goodness. Do you know what I could do with a 2.7k gold lead?
Tell me.
A lot. I could do a lot. So much things I can't even list it right now because that'll take too much. So, right now, it seems that Black Bull is trying to play passively, hoping that Kaiser will make a mistake they could punish to evidently make a comeback. Hopefully. I meant to say. What do you think?
Comebacks aren't uncommon, and every game is potentially winnable. All it takes is one misstep, one little mistake to set this entire game in reverse. Now, what that mistake looks like, we don't know yet. That is up to Black Bulls to figure it out, and right now, with this Baron play being made by Kaiser, that might
by the way.
not be... Sorry?
2 man, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry.
That's the thought.
Ash
Everybody
out coming
knows.
in. Connecting dashes in. Xin Shao gets to escape with his ult. Unfortunately for Black Bulls, that's a Baron going to a string to a team almost 3k in gold.
And you thought they had lane dominance before? Baron buff, empowered minion, empowered cannon, increased range on the towers, big old damage. It's looking kinda rough, not gonna lie.
Okay, Black Bull's trying to answer with clearing vision, getting the vision after Kaiser backs. Pulling out the dragon, so there may not be a potential steal.
I like the ballsy play from Black Bull. Despite being behind, they know that they have to defend these objectives. The only way to pull ahead is to get little victory.
Unfortunately, Xin Shao got caught. Zahin, will he escape? Yes, he has the blast going right there. 1 man sacrifice for 1 dragon. I think that's worth it, considering the gold lead.
I mean, like again, little victory turns a big victory. They just need a lot more little victories. I'm sure they'll find something. A victory there. Maybe they'll overstep going on the tower. Maybe something of the sort. But Baron, how often do you see empowered minions and Rift Herald on the Rift simultaneously?
Not often enough in reality, but definitely a lot in my nightmares. This is something you don't want to see. Here comes the flash from Renekton onto the Orianna. Gets the kill. What? Will they trade 1 for 1? That's the shutdown going to LOL Coach Danny. Oh, focusing on the Lulu. Seraphine trying to heal. Now they gotta go back to lane because they're running too low. That means they have to sacrifice mid lane. Ravi just as lane in phase, still there pushing mid, minding his own business, getting gold, getting towers, getting plates.
How we keep the ball rolling. And I'm not talking about Jungle God Kaiser right now. We're talking about the entire team. Everybody is done so well in their lane, and it shows. Look at it.
Getting another engage. Nuno all the flashes out of it, focusing Ravi, but can he kill him? Gets him low, but is this left? No, it isn't. That's just a kill, another kill for Ravi. Will this be the end of the game? Teleport coming in from Renekton. This is it. That's it. Game ran down. Snowball out of control into another victory. Here comes a desperate attempt to save the Nexus. But that goes down unfortunately to Ravi. You now are using the fountain to try to heal. But it doesn't matter. Seraphine with the strategic flash to get the game going.
Again,
unfortunately, there's nothing to go off of.
We can't stress enough a goal lead in favor of Kaiser's Kennel. They know how to utilize the leads that they get. They are unstoppable once they get rolling. And all the best you can do is try to play chicken with a team that's rolling up in a Mack truck. You better pray that they swerve.
I don't know about you, but if I was in a Mack truck trying to play chicken with like a little march, but I'm swerving. I'm not
Hey,
swerving. You swerving?
I
God,
mean,
swerving.
absolutely not. But think about it, boy. When you're faced with a goal discrepancy, all lanes practically lost. You have no dominance on any real objective. Now, shout out to Black Bulls. I love how they still try to make something shake when things didn't look good. That's the type of gameplay that I could get behind. And you know what? As someone who has lost to them, hats off to y'all. Because there's a lot of people that would tilt the moment that's a game like that.
Included.
Well played, Black Bulls.
Very
But,
much well played.
Again, we got, this is a best of 3. Hopefully, Black Bulls can pull something out, make this a 3-game match. But for right now, again, Kaiser's Kennel they're the gods on Olympus. Everybody's just trying to fight them for their crown. You gotta try. And you can't come half-stepping.
No, sir, you cannot. But I do believe they do have the potential to make that happen, because even though they're fighting against the government, they've shown they are not afraid to abuse mistakes that they see. That is good. Ravy steps out of line, someone comes to pick it off.
Well, I mean, again, that's probably the most aggressive game that I think we've seen in this tournament thus far. We'll see how the next game goes. Again, I can't stress this enough, this is a soft fearless. So, who knows? Maybe the next composition coming out of both teams might either end the night or make it just keep on trucking. And I'm sure the audience wants to see a 3-game series, because I would like to see a 3-game series. So
I would definitely love to see that as well.
We'll see what both teams will come up with. Now, going into the next match, would you say that perhaps the pedal needs to just be, just let off the gas a little bit and try just to play a little bit more methodically and try not to, maybe engage every single fight and play it slow? Or do you think, insanity, doing the same thing twice, trying to expect a different result?
Well, saying from a bystander's point of view, insanity would very much be more entertaining, so I'm gonna choose that one. I would like that.
I would like that.
Who doesn't love a fiesta? I love a fiesta. I'm sure everyone who's watching this right now loves a fiesta every single time.
Well, again, I gotta give a shout out to Jungle God Kaiser. He was there when he needed to be.
Yes.
But also shout out to Coach Danny, who was also there to intercept Jungle God Kaiser whenever he showed. And that little back and forth tete-a-tete, mwah, chef's kiss. My type of gameplay. Kaiser's bot lane, very well played, wonderful setup. The composition of Ashe and Seraphine, the engage, the utility coming out of it, was absolutely great. All right, everybody, buckle your seatbelts, because we're getting right into the next one. All right, any predictions for this one, Trip? What you got for more?
Predictions. I think the only thing I can predict again right now is another Neferi ban.
Well, I mean,
I would have won money off of that, man. Probably not a lot, but I would have won money.
Although,
Fear is the
as
first
much
of
as
many foes.
we banned his Neferi, there's a little part of me I wouldn't mind letting it see it slip through. But that's just me because I'm not playing. I think that's the caveat though.
Yes, you want to see demons unleashed.
do not
I do.
forgive.
You want
or
to see
forget.
Piccolo let out of the bottle.
I do.
Well, I'd jump right next to you in that seat, but because I do too. I want to see it happen. Maybe not this game because you know it's banned, unfortunately. But here comes the best of band, another Jinx ban. Now again, this is fearless, so they can't pick the same champions as they did prior to this one. So let's see how they switch it up this time. But the other side, the opposing side, can.
Who dares defy my will?
That's Jarvan gone.
Okay.
And that's Viego gone again.
I mean, again, Coach Danny, absolute monster on Viego. And of course, Hiro Senki, I don't think we've not seen his Garen for this game. However, much like Ravi has Nefiri, Hiro Senki has his Garen. I say let the two titans clash.
I agree. I want to have a good show with my popcorn and soda. But unfortunately, we do not get this. But here comes another on pick. Again, for possibly the 10th time this tournament. Say, Kyo, why do you think Ornn is picked so much in this tournament as a top lane? Do you think they pick it for safety, for team fights?
Let us count the ways, shall we? We have a champion that empowers his teammates' item. We have a champion with huge engaged setup. We have a champion that can frontline really well. We have a champion whose brittle extends the CC that's been placed on a champion. At this point, what can't this champion do besides ult the entire map?
Heal. I think he can heal. But he is going against Cassante, who is pretty good into matchups like these, whilst also being tanky. Caitlyn pick as the first ADC, but the Ezreal opposing that. Another Wukong. Now let's see how will Kaiser Kennels react. Diana! I feel as though Diana is a slept-on champ this tournament because I feel as though when she gets ahead, she is monstrous.
I mean, how many Dianas have we seen this tournament though?
None.
So we could get we get to see the power of Diana this game, potentially.
Yes, we do. Oh, here comes the brand ban for Nutsman.
I mean, Nutsman kind of nuts on the brand. If you understand what that man could do on the brand.
Yes, and unfortunately, I can no longer ram scheme with that, so I'm gonna have to move on. Let's see. Let's see. Are they gonna pick the support or are they gonna pick the mid lane? There's thinking. 0 seconds left. What?
We must all
I do believe we're in the ban phase, brother.
Sorry, a little mix up, a little hiccup.
Foolish child.
Karma ban. Lissandra ban.
Alright. Now I'm not too familiar with the teams on an extensive level, so I'm not too familiar with their champ pool. So the audience, you have your favorite teams. I'm sure most people that either from esports Esports Jamaica, Trinidad, you guys are more familiar with these players. I'm sure that whatever these bans are, y'all probably know why.
Yes. And thankfully so, because I can't give an explanation currently. But I did see Nutsman play Lissandra last game in the last match. So, definitely targeted. Let's see what he picks. Ooh, a Tarek coming out.
Well, I mean, you have Divine Intervention.
Yes.
It's probably, personally, one of the more annoying ults, second only to Endless Rage from Tryndamere. Absolutely
Sure.
insane engage. You can use it to stall a fight. Either Kaiser decides to just let it play out, or they man mode it and try to just muscle through the ult, which would be the more entertaining way of going about it. However, we are dealing with pro players to a degree. So
Yes.
whatever smart play you think that they make is probably what they're gonna make.
Probably. Fortunately, pro as they might be, we are still humans. We might still see mistakes, which would lead to very, very horrendous outcomes.
Right. Okay, so tell me, based on the composition thus far, what do you think the lanes matchup is looking like?
Well, so the lane matchup, starting from top lane. I, as a very experienced top laner, who's definitely played both of these champs numerous of times, I will say Cassante may have a bit of an edge. That might be biased because I think Cassante is pretty, on the overpowered side, especially since he has max HP damage on his passive, so that might be a little hindrance to Ornn, but Ornn can fight back, but we'll see how this fight goes with Hero Senki and Cozy. Mid lane, Annie versus Orianna. I think Orianna would have a bit of an advantage, because not only, because it's Raby Demon, Ori just outranges Annie. She can poke from afar, safe, has a shield when needed, and the ganks that Orianna pairs with, especially with another dasher with Diana, is too good.
I remember what we said last game about Ravy's Orianna play. Remember?
Scary.
Black Bull got the Orianna, but Kog'Maw, they're not allowed to play it because, again, for Soft Fearless. So now, in the hands of Kaiser's Kennel, we have the Orianna play. So we'll see exactly how this plays out.
Boy, I cannot wait to see this laning phase start as it already begins. Ravy's already looking for a poke. Walks back just in time to avoid getting skilled on by Annie. Nami looking for a little splash.
We have another standard clear by the junglers. Probably, top to bot. Always a nice little standard clear, nice little safe little route to take.
Yep, everybody loves doing it.
And it seems that we haven't the same thing we had last game, where top laners just straight knuckles. Piss!
Oh, and he gets a stun. Here comes the trade with Electrocute, gets quarter of HP. Nice dodge from Ace 360 Seal.
Yep. And again, we'll see how everything's pushed up. It makes it easy for Black Bull to gank laners that are overly pushed. So you can tell with confidence that Kaiser's Kennel is playing with confidence, with total disregard. Potentially, I might be looking at it wrong, but the jungler.
This man is not backing down in the face of this poke.
You think it could be a confidence boost of last game, considering just how steamrolly it was.
Yeah, I can say they're riding that high right now, which could be their downfall. You know,
That is true. But momentum
could be
is
too
momentum is a
Yes.
dangerous thing, though. Again, double-edged sword, obviously.
But as the confidence coming in, a little too much. Will he escape? Will the dash come back in time? No, unfortunately not. Burns one flash for a flash, but gets Ravy's ghost.
Ravy definitely broke some ankles flashing over the wall, but
Yes, sir. Oh. California potentially looking for a gank? No, he's invading the Krugs.
Well, I
Seeing
mean,
as
when you look at it, when there's no gank setup and you know where the opposing junglers is located on the map, ideally it would be best to try and get as much guaranteed gold as opposed to a gank. Right? The stronger you are, the better it is for your team. But you're also denying the enemy jungler any sort of income, or rather delayed income from any spike that they may have. Now, that could be very beneficial in the long run. But we'll see how it plays out.
time will tell. Coach Danny coming in with the gank. Lands the bubble on both the clone and Danny. Unfortunately, they can't seem to find anything. Cozy just pulling Ornn back from underneath the tower, saying you can't be safe as long as you're close to me, buddy. Will there be a potential kill from bot lane? Can Forward make it happen? No, he cannot, but he can make them miss the wave, which is beneficial to Kaiser's Kennel.
And it's a huge wave that's currently just being built up in front of that tower. This is huge, absolutely huge profit in favor of Kaiser's Kennel.
Yes, and this could be a potential dive considering that California is motioning bot lane.
No, I think I'm pretty sure it'd just be beneficial in the back. Like I understand, you get in this position where you know if you back, you lose out on huge profits, and it allows the enemy to just gain more gold. You don't want that. You want to try and stay as level, but that comes at the detriment of potentially being dove. And hey, some people just like to gamble.
I am one of those people, but unfortunately, if it goes bad, not only are you given XP and gold, you still miss the minion wave anyway.
Scrub.
Yes.
I'm a scrub. I need my gold. Okay.
Track their resolve.
Gold important.
No, you don't. Please back.
All right.
If anybody that's watching, please back.
All right. We
Just
have
back. It's not worth it.
Coach Danny
coming in for another gank. Oop. Goes on the forward. Nami doesn't have any mana for a bubble. Gets the stun. Diana coming in with the ult. Has the level 6 advantage. Turns it straight around with the flash into a first blood. Will this be a second kill? But Annie's right there with the teleport, but gets the double kill anyway. Circling around, just wasting time, jiggy-jagging it. And the Nuts Man gets killed on California. Meanwhile, Ravy's getting placed in the mid lane. Top lane still fighting. This is another kill going to the H360 seal. Boy, that was a lot that just happened.
And it's all coming back. Like I say, everybody, these two teams seem to just work off whatever just starts to roll in their favor, right? So I would imagine that both of these teams are just a big snowball rolling down a hill. Now, which one is going to complete that descent down the hill and just be that big boy that just tramples over everything? Oh, which one of them is going to hit a rock and then, just break apart on the way down into little bitty pieces? And nothing really just comes of it,
Yep. But unfortunately, I believe Black Bulls is running into that walk because Kaiser Kennel's jungler is level 6. Almost double the farm and hit level 6 whilst Black Bulls' jungler is still level 4, which turned that team fight tremendously around.
A 24 goal difference on junglers. Again, you mentioned the level disparity. When you have an objective of the last thing that you want is to be on the level as a jungler when you have an objective up.
Yes, because it makes it so much harder. Motivation just starts to dwindle every time you lose an objective. But even when you go there, it's harder. Even if you lose, you just get so much more behind. So the other way around is to try to get an objective from the other side of the map. But Wukong is bot side, but Diana is too. Orianna's swinging around. Cryo. Top lane just fighting it out. Looks like a little gentleman's brawl. A little hit here and there. But Cozy's winning in the farm.
And they really gotta be careful. Like I can understand where Coach Danny is trying to make something shake in the bot lane, but in the shadows you have Jungle God Kaiser, and we've seen just how well he gets back in terms of. Oh, there goes that. There's the objective. Uncontested, by the way.
Uncontested, and there is no reaction from Black Bulls, so unfortunately Diana gets the back while Wukong hasn't, which makes getting Void Grubs much easier for Kaiser.
Alright.
Here comes another fight topside.
There's two big bodies and a big old slap out, no big deal.
Yep. See it every day. Annie's coming to help. Ornalds. Nice unstoppable, but gets stunned anyway from the Annie ult. Will he die here, or will Diana come here to save him? They're gonna focus the Annie because she is the damage dealer, but she can't get earshot because she just has that range. Nice turnaround from the Annie, but here comes the ult from Diana. Gets the kill on it. Gets the double kill, and Tipper is trying to desperately avenge his poor Annie, but unfortunately just dies anyway.
And now California looking for blood in enemies' home, in their residence.
It just doesn't stop.
Stand against them.
I like these two teams. They're driving chaos. This is the game. These are the type of games we look forward to.
We love chaos. Chaos is the best form of entertainment.
For beauty.
Nami just poking, while Caitlyn is just poking at the tower, trying to get plates further into the goal. They're nice and comfy now that Diana has laid a nice, warm, soft bed for her team to just relax in while she does all the work.
Never submit.
For one, a fair Diana is a nightmare to deal with, because not only does her shield give us so much survivability, but the burst from her ult is.
Oh, here comes the double stun on Tarek. The pause out of nowhere.
Cool. And now we just get to watch the pain just happen. We just get to watch it just happen. All right. Well,
yes.
While we wait for whatever is happening to get resolved,
A summoner has
what do you think? What do we got going on? Hit me with it. We have a fair Diana, again, a monster champion to get fed on, very hard to stop. So in this, with having this knowledge, what would be the best course of action to alleviate a champion that just has so much damage in her kit?
A summoner has disconnected.
Well, like you said before, Tarek has divine intervention, so he does have that little bit of a cancel into the engage from Diana. But she is so ahead, it's going to be such a problem. They do have divine intervention. They have Annie with the big CCs.
Okay.
Wukong with the peel. They do have a lot of peel, but would they have enough damage to take out the Diana once she starts building into the bruises section? Now I've seen what happens when you play Ezreal into a bruiser comp that could just eat your pokes for free. It doesn't feel good for the Ezreal.
Now, do you think in a world, would you be able, let's say, again, we already have a fair Diana. That's the reality that we have currently. There's nothing we can do about that now. That's what we got. Would we wait for them to step out? Again, we talk about overstepping, making mistakes, but what if the person doesn't make a mistake? Do we just now just chill back, try to get our farm up in hopes that, you know, maybe we could perhaps on game is back in the session? But yeah,
Here comes Dyke, can't get killed. Oh, what a messy team fight coming from Black Bulls. Can't seem to get the bot lane even though they expended almost all of what they had for that kill. Desmond trying to make a comeback, but just can't see.
And again, we just have these two top laners. Every time we pan up, it's just, again, fists, elbows, knees, shoulders, knees, and toes. And somebody's face.
Yep. Horn trying to get a little freeze in, but Cassante isn't hearing any of that. Gets the plate anyway. He's engaging, but Diana's right there saying, "My boy Cassante got that. He didn't need me. He got this."
That's insane.
Just fighting him. Just fighting him on the tower.
Wait.
With pure confidence out of Diana.
Hold on.
Just saying, "Why you got this, bro?"
You mean to tell me the self-control on this jungler? Listen, I don't care who you are. You mean to tell me that I can't give a little heal on the top lane to get
Nope.
respect?
Nope. Yeah, say, "Hey, bro, I got a back, but you got this, man. Yeah, you play Cassante. Cassante's good into high HP target. What's he gonna do? Walk back to this tower after he ults him through a wall? Good luck with that. Yeah, thumbs up. You got this. Big smile. But while that was happening, Annie did teleport bot lane and got a kill out of that. So she did make a reactionary play on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, as she has all the kills, well, majority of the kills from Black Bulls, Ravy is just still showing dominance in the mid lane. A level ahead, 40 plus CS above. This is looking like a very gloom game for Black Bulls.
And again, as much as I would love to see the goal disparity between the two teams, I'm sure that you could relay that information to me if you'd be so kind.
That information is very scary to hear, but here comes another bot lane play, but Diana's right around the corner. They're diving. The divine intervention coming in. Can Diana look for another comeback? With this team fight? No, she can't. It's looking like a 1-for-1 onto the forward. Trading Donnie for it.
And again, it's just so hard because, again, like, we can't express the momentum. Momentum is just, this is the name of the game right now. We see, we get, we take, we want. We take more, we continue going. More money, pocket. More items, more punches. Punches in who? Enemy team. Actually, when you think about it, it's the simplicity of League of Legends.
Yep. It is. Don't we love that simplicity? And he's getting ulted on. Sure enough, why you come top lane? This ain't for you. You need to go back mid lane. Oh, but he misses the second Q. Will there be anything going on other than this? No, there won't. There seems to be a little skirmish. Can they look for something on Ravy in mid lane? No, they cannot. Oh, but they are wrapping around. But Ravy ain't a fool. He can sense something coming from a mile away. Other than this smile, but he pops goes. Wukong doesn't have ult to fall off on anything. Diana is here. Diana has her ult up already.
Oh my.
Absolutely obliterates Coach. Just focusing on the hero Senki. Just pop, 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 pop. Auto attacking them to death. Raven gets a triple kill.
The ants go marching one by one. Hoorah!
200 kills for Ravy. They just kill. They just 2v4 their team.
Yes, I saw.
They just 2v4 their team. Kill. They just 2v4 their team. Do you know how heartbreaking that is? But
would you like to tell me how they can come back from this?
Hope. I've seen it in anime, I can see it in video games.
But that's okay, everybody. Listen.
Just looking tired.
Again, mistakes can happen at any given time. What happens when you fighting a larger opponent? You use their weight against them. Now, what that weight looks like for this game? It could be maybe a big Baron play,
Maybe, but Kaiser Kennel would have to make a very serious mistake, considering that they have a team that could just ignore your tower and kill you anyway. So this is very scary.
So the goal has to come in from somewhere, though.
Well, unfortunately, Kaiser Kennel doesn't need gold. They have enough of that right now, but they aren't, even though they are ahead, they aren't capped out as yet. They're looking onto the Diana with the Annie, coming in with the stun, the ult, the electrocute, the second ult, the divine intervention. Wukong gets the shutdown, trying to look for escape, but Raspberry has to flash out. The Nuts man still trying to go nuts. But unfortunately, Forward finds him and kills him. Cozy coming out of nowhere with the Kasante ult, just murderizing.
Everything was looking good.
Forward.
Everything was looking so good. Maybe we had finally got the weight that we was looking for to finally collapse on itself, only for everything to turn back into normality.
Here comes a desperate attempt to get Ravy. Ezreal is coming from behind, but due to the movement speed from Orianna, she just makes it safe and sound without taking barely any damage to warrant any recall. Wukong.
Now, I will say, given how strong Kaiser Kennel is right now, Baron is up. The restraint to not just make a move, given again, we watched them 2v4.
Yes, and speaking from experience, when I'm in that position, I tend to do stupid things like take Baron in the situation.
Well, guess what? That's why you're here now and not where they are. I hope you're proud of yourself. I hope you're proud of yourself.
No, I'm not. But I did have fun, and that's all that matters. Remember to have fun, folks. This is a video game after all.
Alright, and there it is. Oh, sorry. It was a Rift Herald. My mistake. Again, this is why I'm here, and they're there.
And
not a Baron.
they're there.
Rift Herald. Correct.
But to be fair, this game is going in such a way that we just think time is sped up. But no, Kaiser Kennel is just that far ahead. See, but while the Nuts man, Coach Danny Hirosenki was trying to make players walk in, Ravy and Cozy just continuously push mid and
alright, we got another fight coming out right now. Everybody trying to, Raspberry T is trying to make some sort of headway, make a couple of shapes. Of course, Hirosenki coming in with the ult from Orange. And we have another pause. Alright. As you can see, while we get it all sorted out, it seems as though what we have here right now is a team that is trying to grasp at any sort of hope to try and make a comeback. And I'm sure we'll find out wherever that may be right after this pause. So, given what we can see right here, we have an objective.
A summoner has reconnected.
We have Nutsman and company currently just rolling around in the back of the dragon pit. Nobody's healthy. California, the jungler, also not very healthy. Both junglers not very healthy. However, we do have the mid laner who is currently 5-0. Ravy, currently 5-0. The dragon right now is heavily favored for Kaiser's kennel. Now, however they could make this shape. Oh, and we're back. So as we can see, we have
Cozy picking up on the back line.
Coming in. Welcome back, Trip.
Thank you. Okay, they got Hero Senki, and now it's time for Dragon. Four for none. This looking like a special.
I mean, again, the objective was always in favor of Kaiser. The setup was there. Although both junglers were very low, we have just a power difference coming out of our mid lane.
Power difference come out of mid lane, jungle, and top lane. But despite that, I commend Black Bulls for even being this far behind. They are still trying to make play after play. Every time Kaiser tries to do something, they try to get their own reactions out of it. If Kaiser's top lane, they try to teleport bot lane, but unfortunately it doesn't work. It didn't work into their favor because those three lanes are just such a powerhouse right now. But all they can do is farm. Yes.
Alright, now, this time, we have Baron up. And Kaiser Kendall has every advantage on this objective to absolutely, once again, steamroll, much like the last game. We have a back, interrupted, so that's mine.
Merc Dress coming with the magic resistance, will it be enough? Here comes all the CC. Kaiser Kendall coming in. Ooh, but the Wukong into the Orno. And he lives with a 7 HP, but Diana gets her anyway. Wukong desperately trying to get the Nami, gets her. Forward trying to pick it back up. Trying to find Tarek. Diana just 1v1ing the orange. Gets into the stun, but ult anyway. Forward auto attacking over the wall. Dashes back. Gets the kill from the ult onto the Tarek from forward. Forward is now dominated just like the rest of his team. Ezreal trying to escape for his life. Cozy can chase him? No, he's going to do the right thing and play for Baron with his team.
Forward's positioning that fight is absolutely immaculate. He made sure to allow his tank and his front line to their job. While he just had free reign of this all damage. As you know, take this headshot. Straight crit. When you get that pen, when you get that armor pen going, based off the champions that are currently here. Shoot. You want to talk about big damage? Kaylee got that.
That's big damage. Yes, sir.
Alright, well, so far with every single team fight that has happened thus far, there's always a little ray of hope that just peeks through to horizon and then Kaiser's Kennel just locked out the sun. Hardly submitted the sun.
What? Is there a little glimmer of hope after all as Koji finds himself into a 1v3 forward trying to give a little help with the ult from the side? But Tarek gets the shutdown. That is very unfortunate for Black Bulls because none of the carries got the goal that Cozy was carrying.
But he did draw a lot of those people to the top side of the map, allowing his team to actually capitalize on T3 mid and quarter. So it actually would work.
Wukong coming in from behind, trying to get forward while California and Ravy gets the inhibitor. Still trying to look for a desperate attempt if they could get a flank here on Ravy, but can't get anything for against the red buff.
Alright, Black Bulls fighting for their life. We have another situation with, again, Vegas over here barreling down lanes. If it's not mid, it's bot. If it's not bot, they go top. Now top is the only T2 left. They still have their Baron buff. Again, empowered minions are no joke. They're hard to clear, and the cannon minion has increased range, additional damage on the towers. Now we just recall, arm up, suit up, back on the battlefield.
Coming over with a nice shopping spring bags, getting some nice little items from their little chaotic adventures.
I mean, they could pass on that goal to me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, here's a stun onto Diana. Has the flash out after being cleansed. Nice ult from Ezreal. But here's the return ult from Ravy, getting 3 people. Forward just auto-attacking. Coach Danny is trying to mitigate it, but unfortunately he gets caught. Kurosenki. Oh no, nice spirit, but a little too late to the battle. Ravy just hungry, looking for that last kill on the ace to see if he can end the game from here, because bot lane minions are pushing in. The only defense is Annie.
And it's so unfortunate. Coach Danny did not get the luxury of interacting with Divine Intervention, so he didn't get to utilize it in any capacity, which allowed him just to get absolutely destroyed. And now they're just...
Oh, Annie just gets obliterated between the towers after the first one went down. Coach Danny making a desperate play. Has to flash out because he doesn't want to get blown up from the Caitlyn. Nice flash from Raspberry Team, but Ezreal just gets... My goodness. That's horrible. It's horrifying.
And now we have a little congregation at the spawn pool. How we going? And that is game. Ladies and gentlemen, the Titans remain. Kaiser's Kettle advances to Grand Finals, putting Black Bulls down to Finals.
And Snowball from Kaiser's Kettle died. It was very hard to watch.
I mean,
not for me though. That was very entertaining, actually.
I mean, the theme of the night was momentum. Like, you know how in Sesame Street there's like, oh, this is the word of the day. Momentum. That's what all of these games were. Once they got going, they never stopped. The foot was on the pedal and it never came up.
Sir, it did not. It was just avalanche. You just saw and you could not. It was too late to get out of the way.
But despite the loss here, keep in mind, while Kaiser's Kennel does advance the Grand Finals, Black Bulls still has an opportunity to come back from the losers bracket.
That they definitely do. They have a long talking with the team to see if there was any mistakes that could be fixed and they could make that comeback. Maybe be the ones that kills the Goliath. Maybe. But as we see, Kaiser still remains. Whoop.
Unfortunately, there has been no David in the tournament. I think everybody's still trying to find a slingshot to bring down these giants, because every match that we've seen, it's just like how many games can we say that it was close in regards to Kaiser's Kennel's opponents?
Maybe in the future. That's where it'll be. Maybe in the future.
The future holds. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Hopefully, we have a slamming grand finals. Everybody has, for the most part, everybody has seen the skill set of what the other teams can do. A lot of the teams are already familiar with each other, with the exception of 2 teams that were present. I think this is a positive for the community. Everybody, again, you bring all these players together, you grow this community, everybody's more familiarized with each other. That creates for great competition. Because not only are you learning what you can do for the time that you're there, but you also get the opportunity to learn from people that play maybe in a higher caliber than you are. Because it's not every day that you could say that, oh, I get to play against a challenger player and this is how I perform. It's a positive. Whether you win or lose, it's a positive.
There's always a lesson to be learned here somewhere. And with a loss comes that lesson.
All right. So now a little update from all the way from the losers brackets. The last bastion of the Bahamian talent, the Quabbies, have been taken down by Trini Esports. Trini Esports did in fact advance to losers round 3. They faced Climatic Gaming, who overcame the Scrubs. So now we'll see how those games go from losers. Trini versus Climatic Gaming. Whoever comes on top of that fight will be facing Black Bulls in losers finals. And which will be streamed tomorrow at 8 p.m. The winner of losers will face the grand champions, the champions that still sit upon the mountain, Kaiser's Kennel, in grand finals for a best of 5 series. Something to look forward to. Many
Indeed.
matches to be had.
Yes, sir. So with that, I hope you all get your food, your refreshments ready for tomorrow night.
You know what? Speaking of refreshments and food for tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about the Inferno. And I'm not talking about the heat that's currently inhabited in my room that all the people in the Caribbean probably feeling, because I'm sweating up in here. No. I'm talking about Inferno.
Sweating.
The biggest fighting game event in the Bahamas.
Biggest?
Suplex, the biggest, absolute biggest. And it's returning
Wow.
for a weekend trip. Calm down now. I can feel your excitement. Wait. Of high stakes competition.
Oh my.
Unforgettable moments and non-stop hype on July 17th and 18th. Join us for a landmark competition with a 5,000.
Oh! 5,000? 5,000? On when? July when?
17th? Write it down. And
Okay. Wait. I just look at the calendar. Oh, they ran around the corner.
From main stage battles on the big screen to the side events, open play, and a community action. Sign up and survive the Inferno. And of course, we have Rebel Esports. If you're interested in maybe a league tournament like this, or maybe you're an FGC fan, level up your competitive experience with Rebel Esports Hub, the home for tournaments, community competition, and non-stop esports action. Whether you're grinding rank, entering brackets, or building your name in the scene. Rebel gives players a place to compete and connect. You discover tournaments, compete against rising challenges, and you get the opportunity to join a growing esports community. So no matter your game,
lovely people.
Your next match starts with Rebel Esports Hub, and that's rebelesportshub.com. Anything you'd like to say, Graham? All right. All right, before we sign out, we just want to give a shout out to all of Game Heads for helping organize this event alongside Esports Jamaica, GG Lounge, Insurgent, St. Lucia Esports Association, and most Maniacal Gaming. You got the privilege to have all of this going, so we appreciate you for everyone stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the games. Hopefully tomorrow is even better, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your night. Anything got to say, Trev?
I had a wonderful time. That was great. All of that was great. Unfortunately, things must come to an end. But it will pick up tomorrow, like he said. I will see all of you guys later. Ladies and gentlemen, you are appreciated, you are loved, and you are definitely welcome back anytime we have an event like these.
Get on with it. Let's play some Street Fighter 6.
Nice
jump out of the throw. He was the reactions on this man.
I'm expecting the counter assist like you stated. Gonna be a bit harder for Kaja to get in.
Side B, off the top, the next taunt.
Lucius is just keeping the pressure going. There is no more. None of that.
Cash in on that combo.
Coming with that, and I think this is
reason to
gonna
let
be
up.
blocked off three at the same time. Can he get the CS?
This a tournament or what?
Yes. Yes.
Inferno Tree? But until we see you guys again, stay golden.
Y'all be good. See y'all later.